Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today on the 8th edition of Madrid Summit. It's almost hard to believe this morning. I would like to start by thanking, of course, the team from the European Parliament and the representation of the European Commission here in Madrid that have facilitated everything that we needed to make this possible. We're going to be starting with the first panel of today, which is Competing with Pride, Sports Visibility and LGBTQIA plus rights. And I would like to call onto the stage Jeremy Goupy, who is the Director General of Fair Play and organizer of Pride House Paris, and he's also the promoter of Pride GMT.
Do you hear me better? Yeah. So, hola a todas y todos.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy Goupy and my pronoun is he, and I'm Director General of Fair Play, a French organization that works with the sports field in France for greater inclusivity in sports. I'm also the creator of an international network of athletes that we have created with the association Complete Pride.
And ser el moderador de esta sesión.
I'm very happy to be the moderator of this first panel. First of all, I would like to apologize because my Spanish is not good enough to have this full conversation in Spanish, and I will move on to English in a few instants, but I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity of talking about sports and inclusion.
Which is quite better for me. So I really thanks again all the organizers for this roundtable, bringing together athletes, institutions, and civil society to discuss inclusion in sports. And before we begin, also, I would like to set the tone of this panel. This is a safe and a respectful place. We may come from different countries, different organizations. We had some different experiences, but we're here with a shared objective to listen, to learn from one to each other, and to explore different perspectives. Today's discussion is not about deciding whether LGBTQIA plus people belong to sports, because they belong, actually. It's about exploring how we can make sports a place where everyone can thrive. During the next hour, a little bit less, we will begin with the people who experience sport every day, our athletes. Then we will widen the conversation with our institutional and human rights experts to better understand the broader pictures across Europe and internationally. And finally, we will talk about discussion. And I don't forget you, I will let you time to discuss and to ask questions, but I think really quickly because time flies. So now let me introduce the speakers. So on the stage next to me, there's Valentina Petrillo, Italian Paralympic athlete. Louise Gibson, an Olympic ice dancer representing Great Britain. And joining us remotely, Francine Etherington-Ravney, representing the Council of Europe, and Crystal Hendricks, Sex Characteristic Program Officer at IDGA World. Sorry. Thank you for joining us, and I think they deserve a round of applause to be here, so please. Thank you. Before we dive into today's discussion, I will let each other to present themselves with their own word, because sometimes we are so much focused on labels and achievement that we forget the person behind. So maybe Louis, if you want to, if you want to start, could you briefly introduce yourself and tell us about your journey?
Hi,
You have to press the button.
Hi, my name is Lewis Gibson. As Jeremy said, I'm an Olympic ice dancer, and I've been competing at the highest level for over a decade now. And I've went to 2 Olympic Games, I've won a world bronze medal, and 8 times British champion, and I'm an openly gay athlete within my sport. And I believe sport should be a place where people can discover themselves and not have to hide who they are. So I believe today will be a great conversation all about that.
I will check the habits. Thank you, Lewis. And now, Valentina, could you do the same? Tell us about your journey and what sports mean to you.
Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte, grazie per l'invito e per essere.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of talking to you and tell you from my story from the bottom of my heart. I was born in Naples in a difficult neighborhood where there was a drug, where doing sports was an utopia. And in October in 1980, I saw an Italian sportsman winning a medal, and I fell in love with the sports. And I said to myself, I'm going to be like Pietro. I'm going to wear the Italian jersey. But when I was 14, I had a disease, and I have a visual impairment due to the Stargardt disease, and doctors told me that I would be blind in the future, but I never stopped believing, and I knew that I was strong, that I was fast, but the first test that I took, I was discarded because they told me that I run like a woman, but I remained very focused. I could have participated in the Olympics in 1996, but as a man, I didn't want to express myself. I won 12 Italian medals in the Paralympics category, but I decided later on that I wasn't happy in 2018, so I started all my transition process. And on the 2 of September in 2020, I managed to fulfill my dream, and this made history for our community. And I need you by my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina, and thank you both for sharing this with us. I think it's important we start by seeing you first have your own journey and ambition, and then now let's dive a little bit in your personal journey as an elite athlete. Lewis, many people see elite athletes performing at the highest level, but they rarely see the personal journey behind it. Looking back, what has being openly LGBTQ meant for your career and for yourself?
I think being openly LGBT plus for myself is really what kick-started my career. It was that turning point. I think before that, I was always, before that being part of a sort of, let's say, feminine appearing sport such as ice dance, always has that stereotype and that reputation. And I think when I was younger, growing up in that sport, it presented such a challenge to constantly question myself, is this move too feminine? Will I be perceived as gay? All these questions that are going on in my head constantly when I'm on the ice is not helpful to try to progress in any sort of sport. And I think when I came to terms with who I truly was is when that authentic performance started to happen on the ice, and I started to see the difference in results. I started to see the difference in people's engagement within me in sport, and I'm so thankful that I gave myself the opportunity to do that. I know how incredibly difficult it is in many sports. I am thankful that I was part of figure skating that in the end up, whether it's good or bad, is perceived that way. And I really hope that just myself coming out, doing well, also improving within the sport can just help so many younger athletes and other sports as well, just sort of perhaps lose the identity that they may once have and create something new that is just all about sport.
Thank you, Lewis. And Valentina, in your career, you experienced several forms of discrimination. As one of the most now visible trans athletes, when did you realize that your sporting journey has become part of a much larger conversation about right and inclusion, and especially as visibility become easier or more difficult in recent years?
Yes, sì. Quando realizzi un sogno, ti
When you fulfill a dream, you wonder, at 50, is it all right to abandon sports? But after Paris, I found many obstacles. It was easier to live as a man because sports have been created and thought for men, not for women. Actually, first women who took part in sports disguised as men because there wasn't a female category, and this is where we started. So from the moment that you decide that the time has come to stop running, but the international organizations in the field of sports decide to exclude trans people from sports, that day I told myself, Valentina, this is not the time to stop running. You need to keep it up, you need to keep competing, and you need to do this not only for yourself, but rather for the next generations. And this has been a key time in my life. I don't stop dreaming. It's a steep slope, and the next Olympic Games will be held in Los Angeles. And as you know, in the United States, there are many issues. Unfortunately, the International Olympic Committee, just a couple of days ago, the Supreme Court in the United States decided to ratify the prohibition for trans people to compete. So, and I can compete only because the Paralympic world is different from the Olympic world. And to me, this has made it even more important. I know that I bear the responsibility of pushing this value. I think that God gave to me in my legs what he took away from me, from my vision, from my sight. And I think that we need to fight together. Only if we are together, we can win.
Thank you both for sharing these different experiences and really complimenting, because it can help you to be yourself, and you can fight also for being yourself and being what you want to be and what you are actually. Now I will let you a few minutes and I will go with our remotely guest. Maybe to have this kind of broader view of what sports mean at the international level. Maybe Francine, could you briefly introduce yourself? And
yes,
hi.
good morning everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, great. So my name is Francine Hetherington Raveney, and I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary in the Council of Europe's Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport. And I'm passionate about sport, but I'm passionate about the approach that the Council of Europe has within the sport division and the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sport, because it's always a human rights-based approach to sport. And so for me, that's so important. And this week I've been so blessed to be in Valencia during the Gay Games week here. And I'm taking part in a lot of the panels and a lot of the events. And it's been a really amazing celebratory week, which is not yet over. And just for information, I'm also a Pilates instructor, an exercise referral coach for those people who need medical prescription to do sport. And I'm also a personal trainer. So sport is really part of my DNA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francine. I will just ask you a quick question, like for the Council of Europe perspective. We see that an increasing political debate around inclusion in sports with some backlash, like Valentina said in the US, for example, or with the IOC. How can an institution like the Council of Europe help ensure that human rights remain at the center of the discussion?
So the first thing I want to mention again is, I mentioned it in my introduction then, we have a policy framework that promotes inclusive sport, and that is the European Sports Charter, which I always like to hold up because it exists. And Article 10 is the right to sport for all, and it states that access to sport is considered a fundamental right, and there should be no discrimination on the grounds of race, colour, language, religion, gender or sexual orientation, political or other opinion, national or social origin, association with a national minority, property, birth or other status. And I stress that at the start because that underpins all of the work that we do. And one way that we work, which I think is really important, is not only awareness raising by organising events, but we also have publications which we're preparing. One of them at the moment, which we're preparing thanks to EGLSF as well, which coordinated the work, is a toolkit supporting inclusion and participation of transgender, non-binary and intersex people in sport and physical activity, a practice toolkit for sports educators. And that toolkit will be published before the end of the year. And it is really a useful document because it provides practical information that everyone can be inspired by. So it's aimed at sports science students, but actually goes way beyond sports science students for information and for understanding topics with actual informed information rather than horrible media propagated misinformation. We also organise a lot of events. We have Diversity Conference, and the 2021 Diversity Conference focused on the human rights of intersex and transgender athletes. And what is very disappointing is that we've seen, I would say, regression since 2021 to the situation we're in now in 2026. So we have more work than ever to do in this area. And as soon as the toolkit is published, we'll make sure that that really is highlighted. The other aspect we have is pretty much every year we organise a human rights forum, and also the inclusion of all athletes is regularly a part of that human rights forum. So different ways of working, but I think it's important to counter misinformation. I'll stop there for now. I could speak forever. I'll stop.
Thank you, Francine. Just a quick last question. Where did we can download this document, this toolkit, this framework?
So the European Sports Charter you can download from the EPAS webpage quite easily, and the toolkit is almost ready. I've got it on my desk. It's almost ready. Okay. It's been through a lot of different configurations, but I'm really happy with the final version. So I would say before the end of this year, we'll have it ready, and we'll make sure that everyone's aware of it, and we'll make sure, I'll let you know immediately somewhere you can get it. But in any case, it will end up being on the EPAS webpage, the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sports webpage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's expand our discussion now beyond Europe with Crystal from ILGA World. Same question like all our panelists. Could you present yourself?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, really well.
So my name is Crystal Hendricks. My pronouns are she, her. I am from Cape Town, South Africa. I'm at ILGA World as a sex characteristics specialist, and my portfolio focuses predominantly working on intersex rights. I'm also an intersex person, so I have first-hand experience of going through harmful medical practices. I have first-hand experience of feeling all my bodily autonomy being stripped away from me, and I have first-hand to make any decisions about my body and about who I am, but fully having medical authorities decide everything for me and for my body. And even though I dabbled in sports when I was younger, I don't think I ever had an advantage in sports. I was never really good at it. I believe that sport should be for everyone.
Thank you, Crystal. Sorry, we have some lag sometimes, but I think we pretty understand the idea and who you are. Thank you for sharing that with us. Regarding your expertise, I would ask you why is important that intersex athletes are also part of this conversation, because we talk about gay people, lesbian, trans people, and we have the chance to have you. So could you tell us about that, please?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I'm going to switch off my video. Maybe it will help with the connection.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No more
Okay,
video,
perfect.
but we hear you well for the moment.
Thank you. I believe it's important when we speak about inclusion in sports that we cannot leave intersex people out of the conversation. Because I believe there are many policies currently being introduced that's directly affecting people with innate variation in sex characteristics. And we've seen too often intersex athletes are not spoken about, but rather spoken with. We have seen that there has been a grave of inequalities for intersex women in sports, especially intersex women from the global south has also been, very disadvantaged in sports. And this is because they often have less access to legal protection, medical information, and legal representation. And we've seen how they've been sensitized all over the media. I mean, we just saw what happened in the Paris Olympics. And I think what happens is that when countries have limited access to healthcare and also human rights protections are weak, and often where athletes are even criminalized for who they are, I think there's an important that we have to bring in the conversation about intersex athletes, because intersex athletes are often the ones subjected to invasive sex testing, forced medical examination, hormone regulation, and intense public scrutiny. And I think at the work that we are doing at ILGA World, we believe that, everybody should be celebrated in their diversity. I think this is not a choice. Your gender identity, your intersex characteristics, your expression, who you are as a person, it's not a choice. It's just you trying to exist and have the full human experience. And I believe that sports should definitely be rooted in human rights, and it needs to have a human rights centered approach so we can ensure that all athletes are treated with dignity, privacy, bodily autonomy, and equal participation, for everyone. And I think it's also important to add that the impacts that intersex and trans and gender diverse people or women are facing in sports, it's not only just going to affect us, it's going to affect all women, because in order to test women for the Y gene, you have to test all women. That means all women need to go through this invasive processes and have their bodily autonomy completely stripped from them. Also forcing intersex athletes to go on hormone replacement therapy, forcing to go on to have surgery to make sure that they fit the binary notions of what we believe male and female bodies should look like. I think it's really not fair towards the athlete to exercise their right. Like last year when it was the Olympics, and it was so difficult for me because like I said, as an intersex person that was born with the XY chromosome and that was born without the uterus or fallopian tubes, I often saw all the media saying that, oh, they are men, they are not women. And it was a very difficult time, even for myself as an intersex person, and like sitting here on this session today, like I am a woman, I'm a different type of woman, I'm intersex, but that doesn't take away from who I am as a woman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for sharing that with us. Thank you all for all your sharing, for your experience, to explore also this personal point of view, this broader international picture. And I would like now to move a little, and we understand all the challenges, and I think it's important also to talk about the solutions that we could have to have a more inclusive sports. And I will ask you, like, to all our panelists, a simple questions. If you could change just one thing tomorrow to make sports more inclusive for LGBTQIA plus people, what it will be? It's a hard question, I know. Do you just have to choose one thing? I don't know. Yeah, Luis, if you want.
Sure, I think it's a huge question. I believe from my point of view, something that would make a huge difference is more education for coaches and officials within sports. I believe that's a place that is severely lacking, and they have the ability and the power, quite honestly, to change spaces, change environments, and give a safe place to young LGBT plus athletes who might not know who they are yet, but they can create an environment and a safe space for people to grow and foster within sport, and using queer role models, whether that is athletes or it's others, because there are few and far between, and show that they are pillars and something to strive for. And that in turn, again, it creates that safe space. So Francine, it's so great to hear about the toolkit and this resource that people will have to better themselves, better the language that they use in these spaces, and again, I'm going to say it, just foster a safe space for people in sport.
Thank you. Valentina, do you want to continue? Yeah?
Yes, well, I think it is very difficult to be a trans person or a trans woman in sports, because trans people cannot do sports. And in this regard, I think we can reflect on this. Since 2016, the Sports Council allowed the participation of trans people in sports. And this meant there were certain quotas, but there's only been one athlete in weightlifting from New Zealand, an athlete from New Zealand. I participated in Paralympics as the first transgender athlete. And myself and Lorraine, we did not reach the final. In terms of elite sports, trans women have never won anything. So this is something that we need to reflect on. 2024, the CIO, the ICO generated and elaborated a study where it is stated that transgender people do not have an advantage. They have a disadvantage with respect to male athletes and others. In 2026,
adesso a tutte le donne
changed its mind. This organization changed its mind and applied a chromosomic test to be able to find out if these women are really women, and therefore having an impact on intersex community. I have to take into account that these rules can be different. When I could compete in these games, I did so because I believed in full inclusion, and now I can't really do this. And now there's a paradox that accompanies my experience and can therefore make you reflect on this. I could compete from 2018 until 2023 in the female category by testing my level of testosterone and with this document that certified this. But I cannot compete among women, but I can't compete either among male. So this is the paradox right now. I have no right to do practice, so transgender people are not entitled to do sports. And this is impossible. This is something that we need to reflect on. We have to do something about it because it doesn't make any sense to have to be Paralympic to be able to have the right to exist.
Thank you, Valentina. Maybe I was now a panelist far from us. I don't know, Francine and Crystal, if you have this word, this idea, this action. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really complex question, and I have maybe a million ideas, but I'm going to stick with one just for now. And I think there's a real work now in combating misinformation and combating hate speech as well. For me, that's vital, and that's working with the press, that's working with social media, controlling misinformation that's put out there. It's also working with politicians. There has to be an educational means. And in fact, there'll be a panel probably at the Commonwealth Games at the end of July in Glasgow, where I'll be moderating, working with the press, and we're talking about misinformation, because I think combating hate speech is vital. And hate speech is so pervasive all over the place. And what makes it worse with the social media moment is that hate speech, people who are committing hate speech are doing it online, so they're kind of hidden and they don't have a face. And actually, it's so powerful, it's so hurtful, it's so invasive. So for me, that's really important. We had a very nice joint project with the European Union called Sport is Respect, combating hate speech in sport, which then went on to create more and more traction in this area. But there's still a ton of work to do. So for me, combating misinformation will be the most important thing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, it is a very complex question. But I think I would say, nothing about us without us. I think it's very important if we want to change, the world of sports. When we are developing any sporting policy, or we have to ensure that there's meaningful participation of people with diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, and sex characteristics. I don't think there should be conversations in developing policies and guidelines that will impact us without us being part of the conversation. So I think it's important to bring LGBTQI+ people to the conversation, have them present at the table so they can make meaningful contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for all these ideas, and I will propose one also, and I will ask you about that. Last year in September, we developed the network Proud Champions with the association Compete Proud, with Javier just right here, there. Say hi, he's there. The idea of this network is to create an international network of elite athletes, LGBTQIA+, and allies, because our allies are really, really important. Also, to make sure that people don't challenge all of these challenges alone, because we are stronger together, and we cannot just move all the rules of the policies with just one person and one organization. This community is also a way to connect across countries, across sports, to help athletes to support one another, to share experience, and also to inspire new generation to this role model idea. So I will ask you a last question to all our panelists. If you had to create a network, what would make it useful for an athlete point of view, for an institution, or for an international activist? Having this kind of platform. I don't know, maybe our panelists are far from us this time, not to begin with our athletes next to me, Crystal, and do you have any idea? Or Francine? Yeah, Francine, thank you.
I'm actually going to borrow an idea that was said in a panel that I did on Sunday last week in the Gay Games from Lou Englefield. And she was stressing that the most marginalized voices have to be part of the dialogue and part of the discussions. And I think that's really an important lesson. So really having the most marginalized people involved in the platform will be really important as well, because otherwise the voices can't be heard.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. And I think it's just moving beyond symbolic inclusion and moving towards actual structural change, you know. I feel sometimes often like, you know, if I go to these big feminist conferences or women's groups, then it's so, oh, there was an intersex person present, you know, and it feels so tokenistic and so, oh, I'm just there because I am intersex, right? But I'm there because I'm also a woman. I'm also there because there's so many intersections, you know, where we need to have these conversations. And I think like we can't just have, you know, a pride banner or have a pride game or have a rainbow flag, you know, because that doesn't really have any structural change. So I think it's really important to be intentional about inclusion and be intentional about when we say the word intersectionality, like really be intentional about that and practice it in the work. And that's how we start amazing coalitions. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I think, and I hope you all agree that we cannot define a person just by his gender or his sexual orientation. We have to take care all of the person, and we cannot just stand for LGBTQ rights, but also for against racism, against for the feminism and all this kind of fight. Yeah. Now. Athletes, maybe, an idea to improve this kind of network, Luis?
Yes, I think from an athlete's point of view, I think something that I would have benefited from massively, and I think something with the Proud Champions Network that is starting to progress is an athlete mentorship style program. I think there's one thing to hear from athletes, but to hear from athletes that you really resonate with their point of views, who they are, you see them yourself in them, is something that can really make the difference. And I actually even believe for myself to this day, I would love to speak to someone who has been through it in sport, because I still have questions with media, with different facets within the sporting world that's not necessarily just on the field of play, that present challenges all of the time. And so I think a mentorship style program like that, where athletes' voices are at the forefront, I think would be very powerful.
Thank you.
Io credo che sia fondamentale.
Well, I think it is essential right now to be able to extend this network to involve the Paralympic community. The Paralympic athletes who belong to the LGBT community, but these people are sometimes, well, they're afraid, they feel fearful, because elite sports can generate many problems, as you probably know. The Paralympic world can bring contributions. I represent this because I'm a Paralympic athlete and I'm also a trans woman. And this makes me unique. And I'm proud of this. Let's celebrate our pride. Let's celebrate being able to be ourselves. The world out there sometimes tries to make me feel ashamed, and sometimes I feel fear, of course. I'm afraid of who I am, or I'm also afraid of being killed. I've received death threats, in fact, and to me, a network, a support would be very, very important. Nobody can steal our dreams. I have an 11-year-old child, and I want him to live in a safer world, in a happier world, where we can all be ourselves with no fear. Thank you for this gathering. It has been very useful.
Thank you for sharing all these ideas. I take a lot of notes, so it's not for nothing. Thank you very much. And now I will turn to the audience. Finally, the time is running. Maybe during the next 5 to 10 minutes max, if you have any question. Maybe there's someone with a mic somewhere. And just open your hands and please present yourself, your name, your pronouns, and your questions, if you have any. Yeah, in the front row, please. The mic is right there. Thank you.
Hola, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. My question is if the European Union could be stronger or take stronger measures so that sports are more inclusive, taking into account potential sanctions, maybe. Thank you.
Francina, do you hear the question? I think it's you.
Yeah, I heard the question. Actually, so just to make a little clarification, so Council of Europe is a human rights organization based in Strasbourg, set up in 1949 with 46 member states, unlike the European Union, which of course has its headquarters in Brussels. So I don't work for the EU. So from the Council of Europe's perspective, we don't work in a harder way, I have to be honest. We work with soft law, for example, with recommendations, like the recent recommendation on the equal rights of intersex persons. But perhaps as someone who can address the European Union's role more strongly than me, I don't know. Jeremy, maybe you could represent the EU more than I can for this question.
I don't have really answer for you. Does it answer to your question a bit? I know it's not the answer expected, but we don't have any person of the European Parliament. In my point of view and for the people that I talk to, European Union and even states can decide things, but regarding the sports, the federations are the biggest deciders for the policies of sports. For the international federations are the last person to say it's okay or it's not, and after they have a kind of judgment in each country to do this. Yeah, go.
Ed è
Yes, this is what I cannot accept. In 2018, I quit sports as a man, and I asked the World Athletics, I requested competing among female athletes, and that they had to do a new regulation for the inclusion of women. And this regulation, I accessed World Athletics universe by doing my sports from 2019 to 2023. When I reached out to them, I said, "Are you sure about what you do?" And they said, "Yes, we carried out all the case studies." In 2023, World Athletics changed its mind, saying that trans people had started their transition before the turning 12, and therefore I was outside. And then the chromosome test was requested. I talked to doctors from World Athletics and I said, "What has changed with regard to 2019?" And they said, "Valentina, it is too difficult to explain." And I said, "Well, is there a new study? Has something changed?" "No, there's no new study. Therefore, I'm not a toy. You cannot say in 2019 until 2023, yes, you can compete among women with a male certificate, and then from 2023 onwards, no, I am not apt to be able to compete with women." And now I do have this certification as a woman, and this is something that you cannot accept. Non-inclusion can be painful. It can be very painful, but an exclusion can kill you.
Thank you, Valentina. I think like sometimes examples speak more about a long discourse, so thank you for sharing out with us. Maybe a last question because we run out of time. If there are any, don't be shy. We're pretty nice here and over there also. Thank you.
I have a question. As citizens, we are not so powerful. Maybe somebody from the government or the Council of Europe. We don't have measures that we could be applying in our day-to-day. So as citizens in this sphere, what can we do with regard to sports? Actions that we can take or things that we can do in our day-to-day to be able to improve the situation?
I think I can answer because I'm now a 10 years volunteer in the sports associations and let's say human rights for LGBTQ in sports. I think like normal people, not athletes, not institutions, like people like you and me, we can be involved in doing a better world. We can go in association. We can be involved in talking with policies in French, for example, at Fair Play, the association that I work for. We created the Pride House, which is during the last summer, huge place to a safe zone during the Olympic to celebrate the games, to give visibility to the athletes. It's where then at that moment that I know Valentina during the Paralympic Games. And having this permits to move the lines, for example, which is crazy after the discussion that we had, but at that time we were fully supported by the IOC, by the organization committee Paris 2024, by the city of Paris, by the French government also supported, and it means finance also. So tiny association can do big things, can move things, and now after this event, so I'm here to talk with you, so maybe we can not change the world but change things. And also we worked with the French Ministry of Sports and we created the first module awareness, now mandatory for all these coaches in French about discrimination, LGBTQ discrimination. So I think as an association, people, we have an impact if we involve ourselves to have one. Let's say. Yeah. A last question, because after that, people will not be happy with me.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Could you please explain how citizens can belong to associations to be able to contribute and therefore continue with this fight to be able to have a more inclusive sports. This will really depend on our attitude in the face of these situations.
Yeah, maybe I will follow if you just complicated but not complicated question. I think you can be involved in the association. You can go also go in sport association, talk to your to the board of the association, and try to be more inclusive in your policy in the way that you practice sports. Because even if elite sports are really these big rules, big guidelines that you cannot move really easily. In local associations, at Viaplay we work with them. It's easier because sometimes people just want to be more inclusive, just want to create new policy, but they don't know how to do. At Viaplay, for example, we help this association to create guidelines for the association. We think with them to have some sports we can be more open to all, like playing together, male, female. Yeah, I don't know if I really answered your question. I'm not sure about that, actually. No. Thank you. Thank you for telling this. I don't have my phone. It's right after me, right next to me.
Creo que she was asking how to get involved in Proud Champions and all the work of the network.
You're the co-creator. Go for it, Arabia.
Bueno, pues al final esta red es una red internacional que
We're talking about an international network, Proud Champions. The work comes from Fair Play and Be Proud, the collaboration of these two associations. From 2024, we decided to create Proud Champions. We're talking about a network led by athletes. We've got Luis, we've got Valentina, we've got elite sportsmen and sportswomen who have become role models. And what we try to do is to lead this change from the athlete's point of view to be able to have international influence on federations, organizations, sharing experiences, stories, and opening debates, having conversations. If you come from the world of sports, the information is on the webpage, proudchampions.eu. We have all the information there. It is a network that is growing in terms of athletes, teams, and we also collaborate with other associations to be able to lead this change from the inside. This is the most impactful element. We also had the Pride House celebrated in Paris with athletes competing in the games and also retired athletes who work to be able to lead this change and to create safe spaces in sports. So hopefully I have answered your question with this. Thank you for that question.
Thank you all. Today's discussion reminds us that inclusion doesn't happen automatically. It happens because people decided to act, I think, and I hope we all agree with that. It's athletes who share their stories, it's institutions that defend human rights, it's organizations that build a safer environment. So thank you to our wonderful panelists here and from another place, and thank you all for being here, and I think happy Pride.
Ahora arriba hay un coffee break, un café arriba hasta las 11:40, que aquí vamos a arrancar a las 11:45.
Please, let's meet again here at 11:45.
1, 2, 3, probando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probando, probando, probandito, probandero.
Uno y dos, vale. Vale, ok. Decidme qué tal. Igual esto es un poco más realista, que es más o menos como la gente usa el micro. Algo así. Siendo realistas, la gente lo coge así. Se piensan que en la tele lo hacen así. Y este, mejor, un poco más alto puede ser. Así. Ahora, como algunos se acerquen, bueno, ya veré qué hago yo en mesa. Vale, gracias. Vale, genial, gracias.
Hola, sí, por favor.
Please take your seat.
No, no, es que la rampa esta que es malísima.
A mi lado estás, Estela. Estoy aquí.
Ah, vale, entonces estás tú.
Estoy yo, está sustituido. Yo soy patrón de la fundación, Lisa, por motivos laborales no ha podido venir y que he venido yo, patrón de la fundación, a sustituir.
Patrona de la fundación. Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre
Hello, good morning. My name is Susana Pariente and I belong to MADO. I welcome you to the second panel in which we are going to talk about the consolidation of the memory and the history of the LGBTQAI plus and fascist history. Now we're going to have as moderator Antonio Nuño, who is a journalist from the broadcaster La SER, and then we're going to have Mario Colamarino, who's president of the Circle of Homosexual Culture, Mario Mieli. We would have had Luisa Estevez representing the Foundation Pedro Cerolo, but we have a representative instead of her. He couldn't attend. We also have Estrella Galán, who is a representative of the left in the European Parliament, and we also have Klaus Jetz, who is the executive director of the Queer Federation for Diversity in Germany, and we also have Carmina Gustan. Fascist regimes persecuted homosexual people for many years. In Spain, former repression places are starting to become reinvented as places of memory and reparation in dialogue with international initiatives that search the preservation of history about queer persecution. And this panel will deal with the role of institutions, civil society, and LGBTQIA plus communities in constructing a democratic memory that is more inclusive. Good morning. Our history, the LGBTQAI plus community, is not a kind history. We've been persecuted for centuries. Oftentimes, we have ended up in jail and suffering torture or death. Our history, unfortunately, does not have many pages for celebration. Most of what we know of those who came before us come from the laws that persecuted us, that sanctioned us in every society in the past. We do not know anything about the way we live, we interact with each other, or how we love. We mostly know about how we suffered, how we were punished, and how we were killed during the 20th century. The expansion of rights was one of the main topics, and this expansion came to us very late. We were considered criminals, sick people. Until the 21st century, the fascist regimes persecuted us harshly over the last century. Federico García Lorca was killed because he was gay, but for other reasons as well. In 1954, according to a law, we became among the most dangerous criminals. The law that was replaced in the 70s led to a new law that helped the creation of jails devoted only for gay and lesbian people. Lesbians have been invisible throughout history, and they were led to the notorious board of trustees that lasted For several decades, women ended up in psychiatric centers where they had to endure harsh treatments. There was an amnesty that came about later for different prisoners, but this didn't include gay and homosexual people. And if we look at the case of Germany, in the criminal code, there was a rule that considered a crime relations between men, and this was severely implemented by the Nazi regime, which led to the confinement and internment of many men in concentration camps. Where the prisoners of Nazism were freed, many of the homosexuals remained in jail, and they were not considered victims even. The Mussolini regime didn't introduce a similar law, but this didn't mean that they were more tolerant. They considered that homosexuality was incompatible with the new fascist regime, and homosexuals were persecuted by the authorities. They were interned they were confined into psychiatric facilities, and in Italy we even have the Treviti Islands. Part of that history has been lost because those who came later did not want or have the will to preserve this history, but we are still in time to preserve this history and recover it. What is the role that institutions, civil society need to play at a time where governments are threatened by the heirs of those who put us in jail and who tortured us? Here we have Carmina Gustran. She's a commissioner in Spain for freedom, the 50 years of freedom. Also, we have Estrella Galán. She's an European MP from the left in the European Parliament. And we also have Juan Carlos Alonso, representative from the Pedro Cerolo Foundation. Klaus Jetz, he is the executive director of the Queer Federation for Diversity in Germany. And also Mario Colamarino, who is the chairman of the Circle of Homosexual Culture, Mario Mieli. So, Carmina, we're going to start with you. Can you tell us what Spain in Freedom or Spain in Liberty is? This is an initiative that falls under the Ministry of Democratic Memory and has as a goal to make the recent past of our country known, especially the years of the transition and the dictatorship regime. We also want to celebrate the progress that we have made in the past 50 years and all these people who fought so that we can enjoy our freedoms today. And we also want to create spaces for dialogue, for debates, where we can think together about what is the use of memory today and why it is important to talk about the dictatorship nowadays and how this contributes to helping us imagine democracies that are more dignified for us. How can we incorporate all these repression memories in the history of Spain? As a part of the Ministry of Democratic Memory and the work that we have been carrying out for many years, I would say that there is a specific turning point, which is the 2022 Democratic Memory Law, which makes a reference for the first time to the LGBTQIA plus community as victims of repression during the war, during the dictatorship. I think that it is very important the way that the sentences were considered null. And of all the people who ended up in jail. This mentions this, citations in the law are particularly important in order to give back the dignity to these people, to these stories. The law also creates a figure which is the places for democratic memory, and this year Tefia has been declared a place for democratic memory. This gives more visibility to the spaces that are or were important for democratic memory, whether because they're linked to repression or to the fight for rights and liberties. Also, it's important to have places like Tefia. I have a PhD in contemporary history, and I had never heard about Tefia until a few years ago, and I got to know this place thanks to a TV show by Miguel del Arco. If you have not watched it, I honestly recommend it. And I think that this is very significant, and this is very representative of the situation. This law has helped us take many steps forward, but it comes late. So how do we work with democratic memory from the institutions? With more education, whether it is formal or informal. And it is very nice to have the history department, sociology, political departments to carry out interesting researches. But if this doesn't reach the citizens, if these are not given visibility by the media, if we do not publish books that are entertaining, like Carmen's book, which is wonderful, if we do not make this effort of disseminating this information, this all would be pointless. And I think it is also important to profit from all these protagonists that are with us, their stories, to create these oral files, these audio files, have them go to the education institutions to tell their stories, because many students do not believe that this could be true. The minister was saying that when the Tefia event took place, the children in the high schools could not believe that this could have taken place just 10 meters away from their homes. And obviously culture, art. I was talking about this TV show by Miguel del Arco, but playwrights, literature in general. Juan Carlos represents Foundation Pedro Cerolo, having exhibitions like the Red Feather, which is something that we could see in their own space, are very important, and institutions need to support these with public money so that this reaches a greater number of people. And also we need to explore other types of languages. Sometimes from the academia, we are always in our echo chambers and we're preaching to the choir. So we need to break through and try to reach out to the younger people. The social media are key. For instance, us from the Commissioner, we've been working with digital content creators, not only creating our own content or stepping out and interviewing people in the street, but also collaborating with existing podcasts, for instance, Con Sabor a Queer. I think that there are many things to do. We're doing great things. I think that in the media, I think that the collaboration is really key. We are faced with a very dim future, so the greater the collaboration, the better.
Estrella Galán participa en el grupo de memoria.
We have Estrella Galán. She is a European MP. She started in 2015. She started a work group that denounced the exception of Spain. What challenges can you tell us about that you think exist in the sense in the fight against the discrimination? Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers and also the people in charge from the European Parliament for getting involved in a cause that now more than ever requires of our resistance, of our fight, and it needs from us to stand up, because this is a cause that is under threat, and we see that the European Parliament, they're trying to push us back. This is why it is so important that the European Parliament gets involved and participates and sets up not a red carpet but a rainbow carpet, because this responds to a lack of involvement of a municipality which, such as Madrid, which has always been involved, engaged. And again, this year, the municipality is failing a great percentage of their citizenship. They have promoted a campaign to make the community invisible. So thank you thanks to our European MPs for having this event here. In the context in which we find ourselves at the moment, we are defending values, the values upon which the European Union has been built, that are at risk at the moment. As you know, and this is not news for anyone, the European Union and the common project is under threat by far-right forces that are trying to bring us a step back when it comes to acknowledging diversity, plurality, and everything that comes with a citizenship that is so varied with different realities. And when we talk about different realities, I am referring to the fact that the cause of the community is being criminalized. Also, refugees and migrant people who are fleeing from their home countries because they cannot love the person that they would like to, because they cannot live freely and they cannot live their identities freely. This is something that is under discussion at the moment. Going back to your question, it is quite recently that the European Union has started to acknowledge that the LGBTQIA plus community was under threat. And I'm not going to skip any single letter in the LGBTQIA plus, because this has room for everyone. This community is also part of our democratic memory, and I think that as a first conclusion, we would need to say that Europe is arriving late at accompanying the community. And we need to keep insisting in the memories that need to be acknowledged, because there are intentions behind saying that the community has its full rights. When we see day after day the threats and drawbacks in terms of the guarantees for people, we see that hate messages, hate speech is more present every day, and we hear all the time about violence against the community. This is why the memory needs to be placed at the very center, and I applaud the fact that this coalition government is giving this core space in the political sphere to defend these causes. In the parliament, many initiatives have been pushed to defend the rights of the community, and also to denounce many stepbacks, many drawbacks that we have seen for the community. We have seen what happened with the Pride celebrations in Hungary, where we needed to step out and go onto the streets and support our Hungarian friends, because their rights were being attacked. And a clear example of the positioning of the European Union was the condemnation of the so-called LGBTQIA plus free zones that pushed the parliament to manifest that the European Union needs to be a space for freedom for everyone. Also, we have tried to place at the core all these people who had been persecuted for their gender identity and during their dictatorship. And this has happened not so long ago. Even in more or less recent democracies, this persecution has continued. However, to be honest, the historical memory of the LGBTQIA+ community is still very marginal in nowadays Europe. And if the space is marginal, we need to be aware that they want to make it even more marginal. There's a lack of research, of institutional knowledge, there's a lack of presence, of intention, so that educational centers have this education also well incorporated. And we need to give voice to those who were deleted from our history. And we see that this pattern of attacks and discrimination towards these communities is still there. First, they're dehumanized, then they're criminalized, and then their rights are questioned. This is the point at which we find ourselves, that the rights are of all people who are considered different are being challenged. That this is why historical memory is so important, and this is why we're going to keep up the fight from the left-wing groups, from the progressive groups. And from here, I would like to tell you that you can share your causes, which are also our causes, that represent the Europe that we want to see. Please bring those causes to us, because what is at risk is the model of the Europe that we want to see. Thank you.
Juan Carlos Alonso.
Juan Carlos Alonso. Pedro Cerolo used to say that rights are not guaranteed forever. So what lessons can we learn as a community from the former generations' struggles, and how can memory become a tool to defend the rights in the present? Well, first of all, piggybacking on Estrella's words, about this invisibility of the community led and pushed by the municipality, and the persecution of the president who managed to achieve to the rights, the biggest or the broadest rights for the LGBTQ community, is not superfluous. It's not a frivolous thing. When you dehumanize these type of figures, you will find an easier path to remove the rights. This has a name, which is propaganda. And the Orban's Hungary, Poland, Russia know a lot about this. And this was started back in the Nazi Germany. This is not some innocent sort of campaign. And we were talking about memory. What can we learn? We are in 2026, and we can look at Europe in the 1920s. We just had the Red Feather exhibition, and about the Weimar Republic, the republic between the First and the Second World Wars, that Germany where there was this explosion of sexual freedom. This was annihilated by the Nazi movements that came afterwards. And in 2027, we will start celebrating the 100 years of the generation of the 1927. That Spain that saw equality, where women had the right to vote, where we saw some realities that were also exterminated by a fascist movement that was at the beginning considered something very superficial. And I am afraid, because I see that the parallels are there. On the 28th of 69, we took the streets to demonstrate, and this is not only about a party, this is about the fight against those who want to turn us invisible and who want to end our rights. We cannot allow this to happen. So what can we do? Well, the LGBTQ movement is the air. I worked with Pedro Cerolo And we're getting older, and we need young people. Last year, we learned something when we thought that it was clear that we were going to celebrate 20 years of same-sex marriages. We couldn't mobilize people because people were born with that right already there. So we need to move the people. We need to mobilize the people because we belong to a past that cannot be forgotten, that needs to be remembered. But they are the present. They are the future. So we need to connect with them. This is a must. And when we talk about everyone, and sometimes the older people find this inclusive language somewhat funny, but we need to leave these young generations find their language, their flags, their representation, and we need to understand all this, and we need to work all together because otherwise we would be lost. And memory is the most important thing. If we forget it, we will cease to exist. For those of us who are older, I had the privilege of having my father for his last 5 years of his life. And when he lost his memory, it wasn't him. And it is very sad to see someone go when they forget who they are. Someone said that people die twice, when they physically die and the last time that a person speaks out their name. We are many. Don't allow anybody to stop saying our names out loud ever. Let's work on the memory. Let's work with young people because we know what will happen with what is threatening us at the moment.
Claro, decía que Alemania ha desempeñado un papel destacado.
I was saying that Germany has had a very important role in remembering the persecution of LGBTQ people during Nazism. What have been the main progresses made and the biggest challenges as well?
Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here in Spain. Thank you for the question. I have to say that our commitment at the federation for which I work has a long history when we talk about democratic memory, inclusive memory of the community, because since the 90s we have been working in this field. There was a lot of information before the creation of our federation. 1885, the first speech of a president of the Republic mentioning homosexual victims in his speech of May the 8th. Then great reforms in 69 and 72, paragraph 175, the discrimination. In 68, it was important to talk about the sexual revolution, of course, and the big milestones took place in 2008, for instance, and I have brought a few pictures. I hope you can see them. In 2008, the commemoration monument was opened for homosexuals persecuted by Nazism in the center of Berlin that commemorates the massacres of the European Jews. In 2018, in these 10 years of this memorial, we had a speech from this president of the Republic who apologized for everything that happened, for what they didn't do. There was an apology for this persecution and for the forgetfulness in the democratic memory. Therefore, we learned, this is the first principle, We need perseverance, insistence to be able to make progress. Without perseverance, nothing works. Without civil society, nothing at all. We had to learn this. We are the driving force, and politicians tell us this. Without your requests and your demands, nothing happens. Second lesson was that we have to get to know history, we have to know facts, causes, consequences. And in this regard, I mentioned paragraph 175, as our colleague from Spain said, and it is important to know what was happening. That persecution, the violation of human rights during Nazism in the Republican awareness brought responsibility with regard to human rights. We say that the singular persecution of queer people during Nazism and the 20 years afterwards until 61 brought the responsibility towards queer rights. For example, in 1963, a famous German philosopher said, for homosexuals, the Third Reich did not finish. It hasn't finished yet, because paragraph 175 was still full in force until 1969. There were no concentration camps, but judges were still persecuting the same people as happened during Nazism. We have to know our history. If we don't know our history, we have no evolution, we have no change. Activism, remembrance are very important. Our federation fought for this. There's a day on the 27th of January, the liberation of Auschwitz by the Red Army. It is a National Remembrance Day. And in 2023, for the first time at the German Parliament, there was a special event in favor of the queer community due to the persecution that they suffered. And it was made clear and visible at the Parliament that the persecution of the queer community was a huge crime, and now it is part of the conscience and the history of the Republic. I would also say that we need to have an inclusive memory, including also this. During 2023, during this celebration at the German Parliament, this Remembrance Day was important. And we also have to say that there's certain voids in this memory, because trans people are not mentioned during this persecution. There's still a lot to do. And many books that have been published, many of them are private initiatives, people who are interested in this matter. But apart from university official historiography, we're talking about private initiatives and initiatives taken by associations. Challenges that we're facing, that we see well in German parliaments, regional and national. We have a strong presence of the right-wing party. They're not only preaching hatred towards the queer community. When they talk about democratic memory, they are requesting a 180-degree shift, a total shift. They're talking about the 12 years of Nazism as just a blotch in history, in this long history of Germany. They're dreaming about medieval times. They're preaching hatred, and at the same time, they are carrying out legal fights against against all important things, anything that is critical towards them. Civil society organizations, they have a lot of money. They have a special fund to be able to pay for lawyers to fight against civil society. In the parliament, they're asking questions. For instance, funding of the queer community, they're ridiculizing it, and this is a great threat, and this is what they want to do. Once they're in power, they want to eliminate our movement. They want to end us. The last lesson, as Pedro Cerolo said, is that we have to defend an open society. We have to defend democracy in our day-to-day. And the democratic memory that includes queer community is a gift for everyone, for all members of society, because our strength makes us more resilient. And this is what we're celebrating in Madrid. What we are celebrating all over the world is very important. It is political, and we have to defend it with all our might. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mario Colamarino.
Mario Colamarino. Italy has a strong history of activism, but also persecution. Which aspects of this history have been acknowledged, and why is it important to restate democratic memory? Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be speaking Spanish. It's not easy for me, but here we go. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and for the opportunity of participating here at the summit. In an international context where Italy and Spain share strong bonds in terms of human rights, we are representatives of the Region 14 of Interpride, and it unites both countries. It strengthens the community and political relationship that we consider to be strategic between Spain and Italy. Italy is a country with a complex LGBTQ history, full of activism, but with also dark areas. One of these less known sections of this history has to do with the confinement of homosexuals during the fascist regime. It is a reality that is not often included in the institutional narrative of the Italian 20th century that affected many, many real people who were persecuted not through a specific law that criminalized homosexuality. No, it was through a system, an administrative system of social control and moral repression. During the fascist regime, homosexuality was not included as a crime in the Rocco Criminal Code, but this didn't mean that there was any kind of tolerance. On the contrary, its non-criminalization allowed the use of more discretionary instruments, informal complaints, rumors, gossips, suspicions. You could be perceived as immoral or dangerous for the public decency, and therefore then subject to police warnings or confinement. In this context, we can talk about the situation of people defined with scornful terms and femminili. This is used frequently, Russi or pedophiles. Between the 30s and the beginning of the 40s, approximately 300 people who were declared homosexuals were sent to confinement in different islands of Italy, among them Ustica, Lampedusa, and also the Tremiti Islands in Puglia. Symbolic case on the island of San Domino in Tremiti took place in 1939, where there were about 60 men concentrated, many of them coming from Sicily. In the language of the administrative documents, there is mention to degeneration, the health of the race, and also the need to cauterize the sources of evil. It is a language that not only expresses moral judgment, but also shows a political tool of exclusion. The conditions of this confinement were tough, transferred under escorts, isolation, basic facilities, strict timetables and surveillance. Within this segregation system, there were also different ways of sociability developed, work, arts and crafts, theatre, etc. Some testimonies show how within this isolated context, relationships and bonds were created. They created a sort of ambivalent approach to visibility. It is not about romanticizing repression. It is about acknowledging that even within these extreme exclusion devices, people continue producing social lives and relationships. From the political and historical point of view, this experience shows with clarity the repression towards LGBTQIA people, not necessarily through criminal laws, but through moral administrative tools, through the social construction of deviation. For this reason, memory is essential. In Italy, this history has been marginalized and just in the hands of a few historians for a long, long time, archives and testimonies. An essential contribution is the book by Gianfranco Goretti and Tommaso Giartosio, The City and the Island, Homosexuals During the Confinement During Fascist Italy. It has allowed to shed light on these stories and rescuing them from forgetfulness. But memory is not only an exercise to rebuild the past, it is also a political responsibility. In this regard, on the day of memory, the 27th of January, we have to take into account it cannot be just a selective commemoration. It has to be a space that is capable of including all victims of Nazism and fascism, all forms of persecution, including those from the community or the Romani or Sinti communities, people with disabilities that are often shied away from a public narrative. Precisely in this context, we can talk about this initiative. It is a demonstration devoted to the memory of those forgotten during extermination, to pay tribute to the victims of fascism, including Romani, Sintis, and people with disabilities. This initiative goes hand in hand with the action brought forward by many communities and associations with different events, readings, contributions, and also tries to integrate Law 2011 with regard to including in these extermination memory those who were not explicitly mentioned. This has to do with the organization of different events, seminars. We are at the same time creating movement to be able to create a monument in memory of these victims. This means that we have to be able to acknowledge all victims and all forms of inclusion. I would like to conclude by saying that the history of confinement and invisible persecutions does not belong only to the past. It is an approach through which we can read the mechanisms of stigma, exclusion, and power also nowadays in present. And it reminds us of something essential. Even in the toughest conditions, people do not stop existing. They create links and bonds, and they create communities yesterday and today. Thank you.
No vamos a tener mucho tiempo para el debate.
We're not going to have a lot of time for the Q&A, but I do want to ask you a few questions that have an impact on all of us. We are recovering a part of our memory. We cannot deny that there's an increase of historical revisionism. For instance, news on Lorca saying that he was killed due to a dispute over land with certain families. And we're seeing these attempts of minimizing the crimes created by dictatorships. How can civil society respond to these attempts of revisioning history? How can we respond to this? Well, I think more education, more public policies, more support to those groups that stem from the street, from associations, and to do this in a cross-cutting manner. I like the motto of this year, Citizen Pride. We have to feel that this risk with regard to the community is a risk for everybody's rights. It's not only about those who suffer this directly. It has an impact on the democratic quality of our country and the future of everyone. Well, and the narrative is under dispute. They're trying to normalize something that history has demonstrated is a history of persecution, discrimination, and secrecy. And our colleague from Germany was saying that there's a strong strategy, there's a driving force to try to change this visibilization of the historic discrimination, to normalize something and to make it seem as whimsical. Well, it seems that we might have, we might be a bit too sensitive, and we have the example of Tefia, which is shame for Spain, and I once again insist on recommending this series by Miguel del Arco, a dear friend who would be happy to hear this mention. It shows that in Spain there were concentration camps for homosexuals, and this is unknown by many people in the Canary Islands and on the mainland. We have to fight against that narrative that wants to make us invisible, against diversity, and that is also supported by some policies that are trying to avoid that LGBTQIA plus people can reach safe spaces. And I'm going to mention something that has to do with the work that I do at the Parliament. Recently, we have passed a return regulation that is going to prevent the community that reaching our borders. Once they arrive or they pass the border, they will be returned, and you probably know what it means, that you're returned to a country where trans people are persecuted, where lesbians are imprisoned in psychiatric wards as if they were suffering from a mental disorder, and this is very present. So anything, what can we do from civil society? We can resist, resist, and resist. That's all we can do. Well, education is essential. It should be mandatory in school books to talk about the history of the LGBTQ community. We exist. We have to be there. We have to be part of this information and education. I studied at a school of priests, and I can say that I was not contagious by heterosexuality. So therefore, homosexuality is not contagious. It is a reality that we enjoy. And it is a fundamental support for young, very young people to know, to understand, and it has to be normalized. We have to inform about it. If it is not seen, it doesn't not exist, and we have to build from the grassroots level, and this is our demand to public powers. This history has to be part of school textbooks, and diversity has to be present in schools, and this is about training and about information.
Quería plantearle también una.
I also wanted to ask Klaus and Mario about one thing. We're talking about recovering memory in the framework of national policies. What can countries learn from each other with regard to documentation, acknowledgement, and the commemoration of persecution that has taken place during the 20th century? Well, I would like to add something to the last question that was asked. I think that it is necessary to claim from politics a clear narrative that is concise, that is clear when we hear anti-democratic, anti-queer speeches. This is something that we need to reclaim, to reject this from the very beginning. We cannot be stained by this ideology. Elections citizens during elections will always vote for the original, not the copy. And we cannot get stained by this attitude. And with regard to institutions, it is important to mention something important for institutions and civil society: art and activism. The combination of both. We have to be able to conquer the hearts and the minds of people. A film, a piece of art, a book. These are the great tools that we have to convince the audience. And can we go back to the question? Sorry, I forgot. Memories in national frameworks. What can countries learn from each other? Taking into account the persecution that has taken place. This is already occurring because in Europe, with ILGA meetings at the International Federation, they're talking about these matters. What is the memory like in Germany, in Hungary, in the Soviet, former Soviet countries, in Poland, because we had Stalin introducing a law that was then abolished by Yeltsin, and now we have again the criminalization by Putin, and they have also learnt lessons in the post-Soviet world, as we have done here in Spain, Italy, Portugal. We're learning. We can learn even more, I think, of course. I think the European Parliament has an important role to play. They've done so much in terms of literature, for instance. Olivier Guès, the French author, published a book also as a publisher, 27 literacy documents that each one represents a member country. And from Spain, we had Fernando Aramburu, for instance. And we can do the same with queer activism. Each country should be able to describe the situation, achievements, fights, challenges. It would be a great paper. The same could be done with an exhibition. We have different models. Collaboration between Germany and Poland, foundations that are supporting human rights projects in all those countries where Jews were persecuted, for instance, in Poland. So we do have examples of art exhibitions, literature. We can learn from each other, from another country, and I think a lot can be done and should be done, learning from other countries what they're doing.
I think we are facing a very important moment in our story. Like in Italy now, we have also new fascists at the door, and I'm talking about this General Vannacci, that is your colleague in the Euro Parliament. They talk very clearly about remigration, about the LGBT people are basically wrong, and if someone kills a woman is not kind of a specific crime, but it's a general crime. So, and this scared me a lot because people is not anymore shocked about what these people say, so it seems quite okay. And we faced a very unexpected situation in the Pride in Rome this year. That was 2 weeks ago when Carlos, you were not this year, you were there, but you were supposed to come, where some of friends here were in Rome. And basically, for the first time, we had attacks on the Pride with the spray, with the urticant spray, and at least 3-4 attacks, and in different parts of the parade, where a lot of float. In Rome, the parade is different than Madrid, so there is not barriers, and the people can join the parade freely with the float, with the people that are walking. So, of course, it's a problem when we talk about security. And where some attacks with this pride, panics, and people were hurt. They went to the hospital with the problem in their bodies, and so this we were very shocked. Now there is we presented, we went to the police, and we are collecting all the pictures, stories, and everything. But this is a kind of precedent, I think, that shows that the pride in our community is vulnerable, and some people think that they can come and make panic attacks, stall. We don't know exactly why they did this and what was the purpose. And what it's incredible that the politics didn't say nothing about that. So not the government, not the city hall, anyone said, we are in solidarity with the Rome Pride because of this attack. And this really shows how in our country in this moment the LGBT community is basically put aside, and we need the help of everyone in Europe, and especially the progressive countries. We had also a very crazy situation with Palestinian and the LGBT Jewish. This news went worldwide, actually, because where LGBT Jew organization that were asking to do a float, and we say this year we are more committed on the genocide. We wrote in our political document this, and finally, at the end they participate by foot. But what I want to say is that the embassy, because of all this situation, they decided to don't participate in the parade for the first time. Only Mexico participated. Yes, yeah, but because the ambassador actually is openly gay, it's Gennaro Lozano, he's a famous activist. But this shows how we need more courage about how the politics and the institution are part of our, and work with our community, I think.
Nos queda ya muy poquito tiempo, simplemente quería ver si alguien quería plantear alguna pregunta.
I wanted to see if anyone from the audience had questions. Just a couple of questions. I'm afraid we won't have too much time for more. Please wait until you're handed the mic. Okay, so I believe that one of the main issues that we encounter here in Spain, at least, when it comes to losing the memory of the LGBTQ community is the speed at which the material documents are being degraded. About 3 years ago, a study was mandated in order to see what was the state of the files, the documents that could preserve this memory. What this study showed is what we were already expecting. The documents were very dispersed. There weren't funds to keep them alive, and it is very sad that even the most powerful LGBTQ organizations in our country have their files in old boxes that are deteriorating, that are being lost due to humidity, and they do not have the capability of protecting this. So going to the specifics. And I'm asking you, as the person in charge of Spain and freedom, do you have any suggestions for dealing with this? With digital means, we do not need those material to be centralized. It would only be necessary to know where they are located and providing access to researchers. So is there anything planned with this in this regard? They need to turn off some of the other mics so that they can turn a new one on. So there are two channels. One of them, the easy one, would be to ask for grant subsidies to digitalize. And there is a path within the historical memory organization that would allow for this. There is another way, which is the recent creation by the Ministry of Culture from the Museum of Social Movements. You can place the funds, the files that cannot be taken care of, whether it is because the venue is not good enough to preserve this, or because they want to keep the most historical files protected. Any other questions? Oh, no more. We do not have more time, I'm afraid. It's true that we have exceeded the time we had allocated for this panel. So this is not about threats or impositions. We're seeing that the territories in which the extreme right reaches the power positions, it's been many years of fight, so we do not want to go back. It is important that we are discussing now gets to the younger people. We see young girls shouting fascist mottos. They probably do not know anything about the FIA or the paragraph 175, and it is our duty to make this story known, and so that we are spared that sort of collective Alzheimer that destroys our memory. So thank you to all the speakers and to everyone who has joined us to reflect about historical and democratic memory. Please stay put, because we're going to move on to the institutional presentation. This will be led by Damián Castaño Martín, who is the press officer from the European Parliament Bureau in Madrid.
Buenos días, por favor, si...
Good afternoon. Could you please take a seat?
Estás ahí. Te estaba mirando. Hay sitio ahí. Por favor, vamos a dar...
Please, we're going to resume the inauguration event. Please take a seat.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias. Nos encanta volver a ver un año más sala llena.
Thank you. We're delighted to see again this room filled with people. As you know, this room will always be a space for you, and I welcome you all to this site of the representation of the European Commission. And thank you to our guests and the European MPs that are taking part in this event. Today we are gathered here in order to reflect on a topic that is cross-cutting to the very European project, which is the defense of human rights, and in particular the commitment of the European Parliament about the protection of the community in all 27 member states. We're used to hearing that in not all European member states the rights are respected, such as Slovenia, Poland, Hungary. They usually are on the front page of the press because they establish things like the LGBTQ free areas. You cannot be part of the European Union and at the same time promote policies that exclude, discriminate against part of their citizenship. This year we hear better news from countries such as Hungary, where we have seen an enormous demonstration where there were no prohibitions, and people could actually demonstrate in a more normal fashion. The European Union has created a legal framework that acknowledges the diversity of all citizens. Allow me to remind that the European Parliament has passed laws that touch education, health, security, and these are not symbolic gestures. These are laws that are binding for all member states, and this is why when we see again and again such a number of misinformation chapters, and we are truly concerned. We see that many fake news circulate that attempt at presenting the LGBTQIA plus community as a group that entails risks and that is a danger for families and societies. This is dangerous, and this is why from the European Parliament our 720 members of parliament, we still defend the advances made by the LGBTQIA plus community. A family needs to be a family in all states. It doesn't. We cannot allow that a family or an affiliation that is legally acknowledged in one country disappears when you cross the border. But we unfortunately have to read very sad news day after day, and we have seen that the rights, if not actively protected, can be lost. We know that discrimination is not an isolated problem. It connects to other ways of exclusion, such as anti-Semitism. And this is why defending the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community is something that needs to be permanent, coming from the institutions that represent over 400 million citizens, at a time where some speeches try to normalize intolerance. It is essential to remember that the European Union was born to combat precisely all this. But it looks like we have forgotten this, and we need to remind us again and again. It was born to make sure that no fundamental rights of millions of people were going to be violated anymore. It was born to have a continent where every citizen could live without fear. This transnational spirit is still alive, and the European Parliament is one of the main gatekeepers. I need to remind that Spain is celebrating its 40th anniversary within the EU, and it is important to remember this for all the achievements that we have seen over these years, and we are making the biggest efforts to make sure that Spanish citizens, especially the youngest ones who did not live this, understand what this represented and what it means to be part of the European Union. Allow me to finish by saying that the defense of the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community is not a fight for a day. It will always last as long as there is one single person from the European Union that suffers discrimination for being who they are. Thank you for joining us in such an intense event. We have many more panels ahead of us, and seeing this room full of people makes us really happy. And without further ado, I will leave the floor to my colleague from the European Commission.
Hola a todos,
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikos Isaris, the Deputy Director of the Representation of the European Commission here in Spain. It makes me very happy to see this place so full, filled with light, people and color. This is not a cold institution or surrounded by glass walls. You are invited in your own home today. This is a day to celebrate who we are, where we come from, and where we're heading for together. I would like to invite you to look at a symbol that we all know very well and that many of you carry with you today, our flag. When Gilbert Baker, an artist and activist, created and sewn with his own hands the first LGBTQ flag in 1968 in San Francisco. He didn't choose the rainbow. He didn't choose it by chance. He designed this flag with a clear message that is still alive, and now more than ever in this colorful map. Each of the colors is equally important. We cannot get rid of any. We cannot lose any. Each stripe represents a way of loving, of being, of existing. If you remove one single color of this flag, the rainbow is broken. And here in Europe, we will not allow this to happen. This is why when we welcome you at the European Union, this is not mere words. We know perfectly well that love, identity are not defended just with beautiful speeches. They are defended with facts, with a fight, with laws. The European Commission just implemented the equality strategy from 2026 to 2030 for the LGBTQ plus community, and this is not a boring brochure. This is our roadmap. It is a true commitment for the upcoming years. And what does this translate into? It translates into three very clear pillars. First of all, laws that are real. We are pushing a legislation so that your rights won't change depending on the country that you find yourself in. If you're a family in one country, you will be a throughout Europe, across Europe. And secondly, zero tolerance against hate. We are making sure that all hate crimes and hate and speeches that try to closet us again have real consequences. Fear needs to change the ale. Thirdly, awareness. We are flooding schools, companies, and streets with visibility. That you don't name does not exist. And we want to be seen, proudly seen, because we know that laws are very important, but we know that changing the hearts and the mindsets of people is even more important. We need to educate, we need to give visibility, we need to face those prejudices day after day. True changes start with people, start when somebody decides to come out of the closet, knowing that they're not alone. When a family is accepting, when a company pushes for diversity, when a friend speaks up when they hear a discriminatory comment, and when an organization devotes time and energy to accompany somebody who needs it. We know that we have a long journey ahead of us, that walking in the streets hand in hand with your partner can still be scaring some neighborhoods in some countries. This is why we're all here today, to tell you that the European Union is your shield. The European Union is not a private club. It is your home. It is a house that was built upon the idea of being connected through our diversity. And this is the Europe that is really worth building, a Europe where nobody needs to ask for permission to be themselves, where diversity is not only tolerated, but rather celebrated. Thank you for your day-to-day fight, for your resilience, for filling this continent with color that sometimes can be grayed out. So welcome to your home. Enjoy this event. And remember that in our flag, there's room for everyone. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. Now we would like to leave the floor. We have the sponsorship of the Municipality of Madrid, and on their behalf we have Paula Gómez Angulo Amorós, who is the councillor and president of the district of Tetuán from the Municipality of Madrid.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días, señoras.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to greet in particular the director of Madrid Summit, the representatives of the committee for the organization of MADO, activists, experts, and participants here with us. And also I would like to greet the press officer of the European Parliament in Madrid and the representative of the representation of the European Commission in Madrid, the Ministry of Youth and Childhood. It is an honor for me to welcome you here at the symbolic place, the site of the representation of the European Commission. This is not a minor detail, because talking about diversity and dignity in this space means to remember that Europe is not only an institutional architecture, it is also a way of understanding coexistence. It is the defense of liberty, of democracy, of the law and order and the dignity of everyone. And Madrid, the city of Madrid, feels represented in those values. And this is why I would like to thank the organizing committee of MADO and Madrid Summit to their invitation for taking part in this conference. From its very first conference in very first edition in 2017 has contributed to giving visibility of the LGBTQ community in the public sphere. This was important because it gathered the civil society, international and national organizations around an idea that rights cannot be mere words. They need to have the public backing, and they need to translate in the lives of, in the real lives of people. Almost 10 years later, this commitment is still necessary because rights need to be conquered. They do not advance by themselves. And also because in Europe, even in Europe, in the recent years, we've seen going back, recessions, and attempts at limiting the freedom of people. This is why it is important to remind us all of what happened in Budapest on the 27th of June. This reminded us again that freedom cannot be taken for granted. Thousands of people took the streets in Hungary to defend the rights of the LGBTQ community after years of restrictions and of a particularly harsh political climate. This image in Budapest should be a warning for us all. It reminds us that defending diversity is not a secondary thing. It is essential. When you undercut the rights of a part of the citizenship, you undercut everyone's rights. Madrid will always be on the other side. We will be promoting equality, freedom. And Madrid is an open city, free city that has turned coexistence into one of its signs of identity. Nobody asks for permission to be whom they want to be, to create a family, to participate in public life, and to walk on the streets without any fear. This is the city that we want to keep on building from the municipality of Madrid. From this conviction, Madrid has moved forward, has made progress because we have understood that this is a reality within the city. It has moved forward because the institutions have been there, and because Pride in Madrid is an international benchmark. And it has also moved forward because equality is also defended from the small things, from the public services, education, security, social attention, and the collaboration between the different institutions and the respect of the life of every single person. Madrid is a benchmark because we didn't choose between coexisting and having freedom, and this is precisely the strength of a democratic city, that different people can live together, sharing rights, opportunities. And to be a benchmark, however, does not mean that everything is already perfect. To be a benchmark forces us to listen better and to protect those who are in a situation of greater vulnerability. It forces us to combat discrimination and hate crimes, and forces us to have public policies that are not mere gestures, but rather effective answers for every single event. And this is why I want to acknowledge the role of activists and experts and all those people who have been opening the way for those who came after. Many of them acted before institutions arrived. They acted on their own, and thanks to their work, today we can talk about rights with greater freedom, with greater responsibility, with greater awareness. Equality cannot stay at a simple motto or a slogan. It needs to translate in living with respect and not suffering discrimination and not having to hide. And it needs to translate in the fact that everyone can develop their own life projects as they wish. Today we have a journey ahead of us to reflect, to exchange, to think at what is happening in the world, in Europe, in Latin America. And this broad outlook is key because our rights, our fundamental rights, are not ended at the borders. When somebody is silenced anywhere in the world, this is actually something that we need to be concerned from every single point of the world. And this is why the equality is a key element for our lives. It is a democratic demand. The dignity of a person is never under negotiation, and institutions need to be at need to respond to the expectations. So I welcome you all to Madrid, and I hope that this reflection event will be an opportunity for us all.
Muchísimas gracias, Paula. Y también
Paula, thank you very much. And also, of course, we have the support from the government of Spain, and I have the honor of introducing the Ministry of Youth and Childhood of our government, Sira Rego.
Amigas, amigos.
Esteemed friends, it is an honor to be here with all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the office of the EP. Thank you to the entities and the activists, also to the organizing committee of Madrid Pride. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to start by saying that during this last month at the Ministry for Childhood and Youth, we have opened the doors to different initiatives who have brought to the institutions the energy of dissident voices, of fights, of demands, of memories and conquers. It has been marvelous. It has been wonderful. Voices that remind us that institutions only exist when they can be connected with those who were historically expelled from them. With that energy, with that responsibility from that space, I have the pleasure of addressing a few words to a new edition of this International Conference on Human Rights. I want to say this from the beginning. To talk about human rights is not talking about something abstract. It is to talk about the real conditions that make possible a life that can be lived, of specific people, specific bodies, people who can name themselves without asking for permission, to walk down the street without being signaled, to cross a border without being left aside or humiliated, people who want to study without suffering abuse, to create a family without suspicion, to exist without having to justify their own existence. Spain is today a reference country in LGBTQIA plus rights, and it is thanks to this community, to feminism, to trans people, gay, lesbians, intersex, queer people, transgender. Thank you to absolutely all of them, and it is a great pride to be able to say this. It is a great pride. To families, to support networks, and to all of those that for decades did not say it is not enough to be tolerated, who rejected living like an exception, who moved society and institutions so that they were looked at. Precisely for this reason, because Spain is a country of reference, we are obliged to be honest. We know that in hate speeches, violence and discrimination continue to be present in the lives of people who belong to the community. These are not isolated events or opinions. These are mechanisms that are trying to take people to the place of fear, silence, and shame. We can see as a trans person has to defend once and again their right to be named when a teenager hides who she or he is because is afraid of being alone. When a person from the community has to demonstrate the family and who his or her family is. And from the ministry, we say this clearly and loudly. No child should grow thinking that his or her identity is under threat, because these are the structures that punish those who do not fit in. And for us to talk about pride means going beyond the narrative of inclusion. We don't really agree with just using the narrative of inclusion. It is important, of course, but we want to go beyond, because it is not about including diversity in a world that continues working in the same way, which is badly. It is about transforming that world so that no life has to adapt to a norm that is denying this life. Changing the system. To talk about pride is to talk about rights, of course, but also self-determination, desire, body, our own words, re-education, health, housing, care, public resources, because a freedom that has no material conditions to exist is not freedom. It is the exercise of a privilege, and we have to say this. We have to say this clearly. For this reason, it is important to acknowledge that LGBTQIA movements have created alliances, have paved the way piece by piece towards a system of rights. Feminisms, trans feminisms show live alliances, life of acknowledgement with common objectives to guarantee the well-being of all people through a process of liberation that has to be collective, together, not in solitude. This is why we need something that has to be made visible. The alliance between fights. We cannot defend the LGBTQIA plus rights in abstract and be silenced by the violation of international law. We cannot be complacent with Europe in terms of rights when that Europe has just approved a regulation that criminalizes people, that goes against humanity, criminalizing people, migrant people, and trying to legalize deportations. This can become a law temporarily, but never, never, never will it be just or legitimate to deport children or to criminalize people just because they have a different passport. We cannot be complacent with this Europe that is still silent in the face of the genocide in Gaza. 1,000 days of genocide that is supporting the state of Israel and that wants to be an ally of Trump. We cannot conceive that the rights of the community are turned into an instrument so that no occupation is carried out, no massacre is carried out on our behalf in our name. Because I consider subjectively that the pink washing is not just an anecdote. It is a form of violence. We have to say this clearly. Seeing Israel with the rainbow flag on the ruins of Gaza, this is an absolute barbaric act. It is an offense to a movement that was built and supports itself against violence, dehumanization, and discrimination. Human rights are not selective, and they cannot be used to justify the rejection of other rights. They cannot invoke the freedom of some to hide the destruction of the lives of others. It is impossible. It is a contradiction, because if we have been learning something from this movement is that no life can be turned into ruins. Nobody is declared unuseful, because therefore human rights entail honesty. We have to be honest. We have to regroup fights. The power is trying to separate us. We have to be aware that the fight against LGBT phobia is connected to the fight against racism, colonialism, all forms of dehumanization. That is the responsibility of the institutions, and I'm fully convinced of this. It is the responsibility of institutions, because, And I'm saying this, institutions have their responsibilities, but they cannot substitute movements. And I want to acknowledge this. Not everything is about the institutions. Not everything happens there. Progress does not happen due to the generosity of power, those who leave space. No. Progress comes thanks to social organization, pressure, energy of those who get exposed, who support. But institutions, nonetheless, have an obligation. We have an obligation. We have to listen. We have to guarantee, fund, legislate, repair, and we have to be up to the stake. And to be there, up to the stake of circumstances. It means defending whatever has been conquered. We have to pave the way towards whatever is lacking. There's still a long way ahead. We have to ensure that no child has to hide. Nobody has to ask for permission to exist. No flag of freedom can be present over the destruction of a people. And living cannot be an exercise of adaptation. It has to be a shared experience of freedom. Thank you for giving me this space to take the floor. Have a great event. Thanks.
Gracias, ministra.
Thank you, Minister. We are now going to give the floor to the next panel. We have Spain and the abroad. The moderator will be Juan Carlos Alonso, the General Coordinator of Madrid Pride. And when we talk about the ambassador in special mission for the defense of LGBTQIA people right is a step forward in the protection of human rights in a context that is associated to important progress and also backlash in other countries. It is important to get to know the lines of works and the priorities of this new position. It is also important to analyze how foreign action of Spain can contribute to the fulfillment of LGBTQI rights and how associations and Pride strengthen the international solidarity and the support for those who continue fighting for freedom.
Bueno, pues buenos días otra vez.
Good morning again. I am going to be accompanied by the ambassador in special mission for the rights of LGBTQI plus people, Mr. Jorge Noval Alvarez. And also Oscar Rodriguez Fernandez, who's a spokesperson for the exterior relations of the ELF GTBI+, and the Vice President of COGAN, Beth Giraldo.
Bueno, pues primero unas palabras.
Well, just a few welcoming words from each one of our speakers. Mr. Ambassador, you have the floor. Good morning. First of all, I wanted to thank the organizers for the invitation. Thank you also to the European Parliament representation for allowing us to use this venue and, well, this summit in the current context is gaining more and more importance. We thought that we had reached a threshold in our rights and that certain things, certain attitudes or defenses were not necessary, but sadly we know that this is not the case, and this occasion allows us to talk about all these matters. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Welcoming words, please. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to the European Parliament for welcoming one more year this event. Thank you to MADO, to Madrid Pride, for inviting us, Madrid Summit, and the authorities who are still here, obviously, to the audience who is here. I wanted to congratulate the Office of the EP for the 40th anniversary. COGAM shares the same anniversary, 40 years also of COGAM, and I would like to take this opportunity to mention the representative from the neighborhood of Tetuan who's taken the floor. It is great to be sponsored, to have institutional support, to see all the support by the City Council of Madrid, but it would be even better to see that when there's a proposition to be able to penalize reconversion therapies at the Parliament, there has to be an abstention. This is not a support towards the community LGBTQIA+. This abstention is not a support. And to end, it is not a support of the community or neither the backlash of laws carried out by the president of the Community of Madrid, and to sell our rights, use them as an exchange good with other regions. I am not going to name that far-right party. It is shame, and it is not supporting our community. Thank you for giving a voice to COGAM here at this roundtable.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Beth.
Thank you very much, Beth. Oscar, well, I give you the floor too. We're talking about three institutions that have been working together for many, many years in the organization of Pride Madrid. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Juan Carlos. I will join all the thank yous to the EP, to the Commission that will welcome us at this summit, and also other events that are organized every year. Obviously, thank you to Gal for organizing this conferences, Joseph, Susana, Juan Carlos, and the rest here at this table. And briefly, I fully agree with my colleague's words, Beth. I'm not going to address the Community of Madrid because there might be a conflict of interest between COGAM, a conflict of competencies, I would say, and my federation. I'm going to talk about the state level with regard to reconversion therapies. At the federation, we have been very active in this field, not only at state level, but also at European level with the European initiative that I might mention. And with regard to the Popular Party, they have abstained at this vote. And with regard to the organic law, this abstention is a vote against due to the majorities that are required. And therefore, there's not much more that we can say. And, well, we know that Vox and the PP have voted the same. We will see what happens at the Senate and what happens when the law goes back to to Congress.
Muchas gracias, Oscar.
Thank you very much, Oscar. I want to apologize because at this round table we had Silvia Tostado Calvo's presence here from Fundación Triángulo. We're not perfect. We have a small team working many, many hours, and we cannot confirm to her attendance. We were late. we had taken this into account. We'd sent out a first communication, but we're slightly overwhelmed. It is a small team, and she's not here, and it is our responsibility. And I do ask you for an applause for Joseph, who works really, really hard every year for this event, and it wasn't his fault.
Bueno, dicho lo cual, sabemos que evidentemente
We know that Spain is one of the reference countries in terms of the LGBT movement internationally, and we have the privilege and the honor of having a figure which is the ambassador on special mission for the LGBTQIA plus persons' rights. It is really important, really, really important, and this is what I want to start with. I want to ask Jorge Noval, the ambassador, what your work is about. What is the job of the ambassador on special mission? And within this work, what are your main priorities? Well, huge pressure. Jorge, I've been called worse things than ambassador. But worse than ambassador or worse than Jorge? No, okay. Jorge, I will call you. And I also join your words of gratitude to Joseph. I know how difficult it can be, so congratulations on this success. Defining my functions, it is difficult, to do this myself, because in my case it is the creation of a position that did not exist. Mr. Alvarez, a year ago, created this position and then appointed me. I don't really know why he thought about me. It is, of course, a huge responsibility that has, importance, especially with regard to the international context. The intention of the minister at that moment was highlighted by the fact that it was a declaration of principles. It was a statement, and this is something that we like. And in this regard, Spain is leader in the defense of the rights of the LGBT community. And sometimes I make jokes. If we're in #1 position, is it because have we moved forward, or maybe the others have moved backwards? We're a reference in any case, and this shows the commitment of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and also the government, and therefore it is a statement of principles, and at a moment where these positions had not existed previously in Spain, yes, in other countries, in Italy and Argentina, in the US, and little by little these positions disappeared. We are, it seems, on different trend right now, and this is important, and it sends out a message in this context, difficult, changing times, because of course they're interesting at the same time, a moment in which the progress of far-right narratives against the rights not only of the LGBTQIA plus community rights are strengthened by speeches that come from countries that were traditionally allies. The US, we did have this position in the past, and we can see this within the framework of Europe. Truly surprising. Who was going to say a few years ago that precisely a country from the European Union, Hungary, was going to be supporting this backlash? But we have the same speeches in Russia, in Asia, where initially the countries where the LGBTI plus community rights respected are very, very infrequent. And this is one of the priorities of my position, because there's a co-chair with Colombia. We only have the presence of Thailand and Nepal, and we could say the same with regard to Cape Verde being represented in the organization. This has to do with a backlash in laws in Burkina Faso, in Senegal, among others, Nigeria. Within this context, these statements, the creation of a position such as this one, gain importance due to visibility and due to the need to continue moving forward, as we have heard before. And Minister Alvarez liked saying this. It is not only about a difficult moment and resisting, because we have to continue moving forward. If you don't move forward, you go backwards, and this is important. But with all of this, we have reason for hope. We still have countries such as Spain, but also other European countries that support us, Mexico, also Brazil, Uruguay, countries in Latin America. There has been a certain amount of backlash, but they haven't been translated in specific backlash. We've had the arrival to power of right-wing parties. But among these priorities, I'm going to try to be brief because this was mentioned before. It is important. I would mention two. One, this statement of principles, this strengthening of the commitment of Spain towards the rights of the community, but also it has to do with the co-presidency of the Equality of Rights Federation, the decriminalizing all these aspects. This is still a priority. There has been steps backwards, but we have to realize that being in a certain way, being criminalized to be in a certain way, those behaviors being criminalized and making you a stranger to your own rights, because if you're criminalized, you're full of fear, you're not going to talk, you're not going to cry out, you're not going to do things out of fear. And this is probably one of the most difficult elements among our priorities, but I do think it is the most important one because it opens the door to the other fights, to the other claims or requests related to the rights of people. The government of Spain, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is focusing this defense on three pillars: the multilateral international pillar, through platforms such as the Coalition for the Equality of Rights, or our participation in all these multilateral frameworks, United Nations, the Council of Human Rights in Geneva. I just participated in that council recently. And then we also give importance to two other elements. One, our bilateral relationships. The minister always says, especially with certain countries, I don't have to mention them, they're difficult conversations, but we have to continue holding these conversations. We have the capacity of leading, of being a reference, to be able to hold these conversations. It is uncomfortable, it is difficult, but it is essential. And thirdly, the cooperation to development, as the minister said before, funding is essential and funds open doors, and this is the language that is understood by many stakeholders. So in cooperation, all these organizations have to be based on the LGBTQIA plus rights, and this is something important. We have to continue moving forward in this field. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Jorge.
Thank you, Jorge. We were talking about the backlash that is occurring with regard to the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community, the hate speeches that have an impact and that lead to hate crimes and assaults. In this regard, the role of associations and institutions is very important. We have to remind ourselves how Spain became the center of these voices. We welcomed hundreds, thousands of people in 2030 in Barcelona. We will become again the center of the world. This is the way forward. That is what we're going to do. But in our day-to-day, I wanted to ask Beth from CORAM, why is it important that the social movement has an international dimension to step into the international agenda? Well, obviously, from CORAM and the society as a whole, we know that the rights of the LGBTQIA plus rights are human rights. We're talking about loving, about being. I did not decide to be a trans woman. A gay guy does not decide to be gay. It is not a decision, or homosexual woman. It is not a decision that you make. Therefore, we don't have the power to decide on this, and this is clear. We're experiencing this in the face of these speeches that tell us that we have been extracted from the book of disorders, mental disorders. Well, they are the ones with a mental disorder, and therefore the community has to have an international dimension, because we're talking about human rights in Spain, in Turkey, in Thailand, in Hungary, in the US, and Uganda. The collaboration between organizations from different countries allow us to share alliances, strategies to reinforce activism, advocacy, actions. It is important to have an international approach that allows us to enrich our own advocacy work, including experiences with different approaches, because it is not the same to talk about the community now in Spain with a legal framework, thanks to the effort and the advocacy work of many associations that are part of this association's fabric, but it supports us. It helps us improve. It helps us improve advocacy to be able to respond to new demands. And this is something that I hear. Why do you continue demonstrating? You have achieved everything. Well, maybe we are demonstrating in favor of that trans boy who was assaulted and had 17 stitches, and the banners or the words fucking gay that can appear on walls. This is something that we have to demonstrate against, and as an evidence of the international cooperation mentioned by the ambassador in LGBTIQ was the massive participation at the Pride organized in Hungary, in Budapest. It was a clear example of international collaboration. Everything stopped. People traveled to Budapest, and it was the beginning of the fall of Orban. That was the beginning of the end, when we all focused on the rights of the LGBTQIA rights. Well, now Orban is no longer. And therefore, answering your question, is it important? Yes, it is important. The cooperation between countries is essential, between entities, between governments, because it enriches us for absolutely everything. We can get inspired by strategies from other countries. We can incorporate them in Spain. We cannot forget that Spain is #1 in LGBTQIA rights, and I agree. I don't know if we've moved forward or others have moved backwards. Let's think that we've moved forward. I think it is better, but we have to be aware of one thing. In 2005, Spain was pioneer in the same-sex marriage. In 2007, Spain was pioneer by passing the first law on gender identity. 2023, after hard work, Spain was leader for the trans and LGBTQIA law. But these rights have not been fully achieved. Cooperation is important, and Spain has to be a mirror for others, and it leads us to feel proud, of course, in this Pride 2026, in 2027, and in 2030, when the World Pride will be celebrated in Barcelona, and we will be there.
Pues muchas gracias, Beth. Hablábamos también.
Thank you so much, Beth. We were talking about the importance of international alliances. We have this very clear in our minds. We belong to European organizations, into Pride, for instance. We have representatives from Pride in Latin America. They will be having their Pride in Guadalajara, Mexico. When it is so important when you belong to all these organizations to see all these people in Madrid, seeing millions of people demonstrating, but it is also important to have that, and also to be in the border between Finland and Russia to support the LGBTQ people in the border that cannot find support in their country. That feeling of family, of unity is absolutely essential. And obviously, those international alliances from the community, how fundamental would you rate them to be? In 2027, we will be celebrating our 30th anniversary as an organization. I wasn't there at the beginning, obviously, but I've been in the executive board for 5 years already, and I have also taken part in the federated spaces. And I think that this is one of the DNA elements in this organization. So active participation of this federation in the social initiative and citizens initiative at a European level is key. And the response from the European Commission to has given a very mild response to an attack on the rights. The European Commission will adopt a recommendation in 2027. But if we want to look at the bright side of things, I think that the response from the European Commission and the campaign that has been deployed at a European level has given the necessary push to the conversion therapies in this country. The federation participated in the negotiation back in the day, and now these will be included in the criminal code, as was mentioned before. And to quote other example, we belong to Isla Europa, and I would like to say that obviously other countries have not moved forward, but I think that in Spain we have many things to celebrate and to congratulate ourselves for, and this will be mentioned in the next panel with the ambassador and the representative of the independent entity, why Spain is leading in terms of rights of the LGBTQ community rights and also human rights, of course. And as Beth was saying, since we're here at the representation of the European Commission side, we need to give voice to the people who live in countries where the LGBTQ community does not have a visibility. This is why it's important to have this block of embassies and to have allies, like we will see tomorrow on the streets of Madrid. This demonstrates that we are not alone. This is signaling also for the world. And we also want to welcome activists from different countries where they are silenced. And I would like to also thank the Foreign Affairs Ministry. We had a delegation here from an African country that is very LGBTQ phobic, and it was decided from the Ministry of Equality to have this delegation here. And this demonstrates how important it is to have this permanent exchange with organizations, with institutions, with Fundación Triángulo, for instance. They're leading, together with the ministry and this international coalition, that and all this goes to say that we need to be together to face the dangers that are awaiting us, and not only outside our borders, but also in Spain, in Valencia, we're seeing the loss of rights of the LGBTQ community. There are many laws that have been hidden in drawers. They're not being moved forward, and we need to devote funds for this to happen. Thank you very much. We're going to be wrapping up this session, but I would like to ask Jorge, what importance does he attach to the collaboration with the civil society, so that the actions are really efficient? Well, this is absolutely essential. This is actually what has led us to preside the coalition together with Fundación Triángulo. It is essential since the public institutions have a sort of standardized or generic knowledge of what is going on, but obviously we all have our own personal experiences that can be added to this knowledge. But the real knowledge of what is going on, when we talked about the setbacks in Burkina Faso and Senegal, well, on the one hand, we have the information we get through the media, the press, and it's very different from what our friends and colleagues are experiencing in the field. And we need to think that it is also the civil society, the one that is really pushing for advances, as the minister said before. All advances are made under the lead of the civil society. We listen and we translate this into actions. Obviously, institutions tend to be slow in their actions, but without the push of the civil society, things would never happen. So the Coalition for Rights Equality is essential. It is a unique body where we have the civil society and the state sitting at the table at the same level. We share things, we share knowledge, the knowledge that you have from the field, from the ground, and we put everything together with our own expertise. Well, thank you very much. Now we're going to, Beth and myself will be leaving the table, and we're going to invite Maria Teresa Verdugo to make a presentation for the Independent Authority for Equality in Treatment and Non-Discrimination.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. It is an honor and a real pleasure to be here with you. I'm a bit concerned because we're just 5 minutes away from lunch, so that is probably not going to earn me your sympathy. And it's also Friday, and there are so many interesting things to do. But anyway, thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, everyone at MADO, for giving us the opportunity of becoming more visible, of learning, listening to everything that I have heard, at least until now. Everything seemed very interesting. And I have 5 minutes, and I already wasted my first 30 seconds. So I'll dive in. You know what the independent authority is, but it's also important to remember that it is a type of body that is mandated by European directives, which gives us a capability, a sort of an institutional shielding that is very important from a strategic perspective, especially if we think about the different scenarios that may come about. And following the evidence over the years, these types of authorities have proven to be more trusted by the citizens. We always want to carry out investigations in an unbiased way without fear of any actions against the whistleblowers, and we have demonstrated our efficiency, our performance, and the recommendations and the criticisms that we receive after having gained our reputation for being unbiased and always aiming for defending human rights will be acknowledged, and all criticisms are welcome. All criticism is welcome. It is important to remind that the independent authority follows a law that started, that came into action 4 years ago. I know that there are many legal experts who are always trying to find the mechanisms to defend the rights, but this is a very important instrument that encompasses all sorts of discrimination paths, whether it is sexual discrimination, diseases, all sorts of sources of discrimination. This places us in a privileged position for ensuring a cross-cutting approach. The fact that people come from a socio-economic, a low-rent socio-economic environment determines, for instance, the way that children are treated when they have, for instance, a mental disorder. And we are placed in a position that allows us to have this particularly outlook on all these types of situations, also in terms of AI, consumers, education. We are a very powerful framework that has no other, there is no other body like our organization, and it is forbidden to have any criterion or standard that goes against equality. This might seem like something very evident, but now it is stated in a law, and then this allows us to bring it as an argument to courts, and this also needs to be translated into public employment, access to services, education, health services. So when we think about people enduring discrimination who are particularly vulnerable and have more difficulties when it comes to claiming their rights, and so, for instance, when the burden of the proof is reversed, this is a greater danger. Now, if I have been accused of something, for instance, if a man comes to the office with their fingernails with a special lacquer, the next day that he's seen at his job position with his fingernails like that, he has been sent to working in the basement of a building. I just have to prove now that nobody else has been sent to working in the basement when they did not have their fingernails painted. So it is our job has become easier thanks to having all this stated in the law, and this discrimination can be noticed in any field. Now we can run investigations by default. When we detect that a certain situation is taking place, we do not need to have anyone suing. Even when we have suspicions of discrimination by, for instance, gender identity or sexual orientation, and the decisions made by the independent authority need to be binding, like our court ruling. I come from the Justice Ministry, and I can say that we are more focused from the independent authority on the victim and the effects that this discrimination has had in this person entails and what it represents for them. And we will be modifying all the criminal legislation to legitimize the independent authority in order to defend the rights in the courts for people who have not traditionally had access to justice, no matter how much work has been put into ensuring that people had these rights ensured. And also the independent authority ensures something. I heard a lot about Pedro Cerolo, and he used to say that discriminating needed to be punished. It couldn't go without any punishment. I didn't get to meet him, as I said, but he was a person who really pushed for this law to be passed. There are certain things that might not be considered a crime, but that they're still reprehensible. And there is an administrative law that is also entails sanctions. We have the law 423 that has been referred to before, and also the law 15.22 that entails a series of actions that entail sanctions. We have not seen any sanctions being applied following this standard. So we expect that the independent authority will make sure that these sanctions are put into place, and not because we want to punish, but rather because we want to have a sort of a prevention effect, not only for those people who are suffering discrimination, but also for those people exerting discrimination against others, to know that it is not so easy now to discriminate someone, because they could be sanctioned or punished. Also, the authority has several functions that they need to carry out that are related to, for instance, carrying out studies or preparing statistics and making giving a report about where we are in terms of discrimination. So we need to promote and protect equality of treatment, and this is for any reason of discrimination. We need to promote this equality of treatment. It is a broad challenge, but it is also very exciting. And to finish, I wouldn't like to skip something that has been mentioned by the minister and the ambassador that we need to say out loud now. The law establishes that there is an obligation and there is an orientation from the authority that forces it to work with representatives from the civil society. Even if the law didn't state this, it is essential to do this. We are at a time when I was appointed last year, and we are waiting for the statute that gives birth to the authority is published, but the tasks ahead are so challenging that we cannot do our job if we do not know who are the people that we're going to be helping. So it is the people who are close to those who need our help that we need to count on them also to start any action. It would be very silly from us to undertake any work related to discrimination without counting on the help of the civil society. There will be members from different entities fighting for equality and against discrimination in different areas, and with them we will be defining the approach, the priorities, the way that we need to tackle the issues, the needs that exist. And on a daily basis, we will need to have a permanent exchange to get to know all the services and potential services that these entities can offer to the people in need. This collaboration, we cannot do this with the people within the independent authority. So I hope that I can count on the thousands of people working for equality that will contribute to the work of the entity of our independent authority. And we're also working, and we will be working in a network with all administrations so that we can sustain this approach as a public service and aimed at our citizens. So we will try to find the shared areas with these administrations in order to really help those who need us.
Bueno, y ahora España.
Now, Spain is, for the first time, leading the map of equality and non-discrimination. So I will try to be brief, and as Maria Teresa said before, lunch is waiting. But our federation is working for many years in the preparation of the rainbow map, assessing specifically Spain, but also other countries. But just to give you a broad idea of the ranking, this benchmarking assesses 49 European countries in 7 areas that I will not detail. Spain is highly decentralized, such as Germany and other European countries. We're not a federal state, but almost there. And so this assessment is about the policies carried out by the public administration in Spain, but not only the central government, but also the autonomous regions government. So any setback in any region would entail the setback of the whole country. So who are the countries leading this ranking? First of all, Spain, then Malta, that was leading for 10 years, Iceland, Belgium, and Denmark. But none of those countries, as Hilda says in its report, has achieved real equality. And we have reasons to have achieved this. The increase from last year to this year is due to the implementation of the LGBTQ law, the different strategies for LGBTQ and trans people, and also the response that the government has given in the face of potential setbacks in different autonomous regions, such as the attempt done by the municipality of Madrid, and that is actually a case being studied by the Constitutional Court, and this also affects the Valencia region, and also the implementation of this independent authority, whose chairwoman is here with us today, but also ILGA. And just to wrap up, because I would like to leave the floor to the ambassador and our chairwoman, ILGA also gives us homework. They use the data coming from 40dB, and they're warning us from about the increase of hate speech in our country. It also points out that in this state law, we didn't recognize non-binary people, although there are already different European rulings. For instance, we have at least one non-binary person living in Andalusia in Spain, and we have had to change different ID documents for this person. And also, it's important to note all the unnecessary surgeries that intersex people undergo. So it is a responsibility for Spain to be the leading country in this ranking. And now, going to our panelists, I would like to ask Jorge, what does this entail for Spain to be #1 in this ranking, and if this strengthens our position to push the LGBTQ rights within the European Union and other international fora? It is a responsibility, as I said, to have this #1 and to be #1 in the ranking. Well, finally, I managed for someone to call me Jorge rather than ambassador. What this entails for Spain, I have to acknowledge what you and Beth said before. We're here because of what we've done, not because the setbacks of others, of course. And this was just mentioned as a joke. Spain in the last few years, and just to give us some context and a reason why we are leading this ranking. This comes after many years of work coming from the Federation and the rest of the civil society, who are the ones pushing the government policies beyond the fact that the government needs to support this with its own will, of course. But we come from a very sort of straightforward trajectory when the same-sex marriage was passed 40 years ago. We've been taking steps. We were pioneers in recognizing same-sex marriages with all the rights marriage entails. And we were also the first, or among the first, to pass laws respecting diversity, and also with the trans law from 2023. So we've been taking baby steps. We've been an example for other countries. The fact that we have been pioneers in passing certain standards has been looked at with interest from Latin America. Some countries actually overpassed us. The trans law in Argentina for many years recognized many more rights than many European standards. So anyway, these little baby steps have placed us in this leading position. We're also fourth in terms of the World Equality Index. It is not just by chance, and as you have said, Oscar, this entails an enormous responsibility. Also, we have to talk about how jealous Malta is, because we took the first position from then, and I'm not kidding. We have a sort of sense that there's certain sourness, bitterness on their side, but this is also a reflection, our leading position of the commitment from the civil society. We cannot stop highlighting the importance of this. We are there thanks to you. And also there's a cultural thing. Spain, on a day-to-day basis, the acknowledgement, the recognition of rights of LGBTQ community members is very much accepted. It might not seem that it is the case, because we see there's a lot of noise in the media and the social media. We've heard a lot about the polarization in politics, but this all conveys a message that does not match reality. And we are leaders because our population has been very accepting and understanding. we have heard before that these are human rights. If we do not protect these rights, we are weakening democracy as a whole. The slogan today was in the heart of democracy. My colleague Ignacio told me before that rights of LGBTQ community is sort of the canary in the mine. It is the first sign that threats are here, that we need to undertake certain measures. So the fact that we are in this leading position, it is not only a privilege that will make us, wear this medal, but rather it is a responsibility because it reinforces this role of this role model position that we have. Others will not only congratulate us for being there, but actually will be under the scrutiny of many to keep this leading position in the future. So the first to be number one is not something that has happened by chance. It is the result of everyone's work.
Bueno, y ahora el turno a la...
I will now give the floor to the President of Equal Treatment and Non-Discrimination Independent Authority. I wanted to ask you about the role of this authority, and as Ilga has stated, the creation of this organization explains why we're in #1 position. What does this authority do with regard to non-discrimination? Very quickly, institutionally, with this design, it is an independent authority that responds to European regulations, and this ensures that the defense of equality, and therefore including specifically anything that has to do with gender, sexual orientation, etc., is not attached to changes in government, changes in policies, or ideological biases that would not be included within the Treaty of the Union and the directives and, of course, the Constitution. Therefore, in practice, it will entail that support, but I don't really like talking in these terms, this collaboration and this attention and assistance to all victims, trying to eliminate bureaucracy, being accessible, placing people at the core, and trying to find the solution to respond to these needs. And also something very important nowadays, anything that has to do with studies, statistics, I am seeing that part of the problem has to do with denying reality in many fields. There's equality, we're very progressive, the laws exist, etc. Why should we celebrate Pride? But if you look at unemployment rate or difficulties at school, certain factors that entail the elaboration of trustworthy studies, we realize there's still a long way to go and room for improvement. Okay, I wanted to ask a quick question for both of you, even if we have already reflected on this. Spain is #1 in the rainbow map. Is there a certain risk to think that we have already done everything and we can just sort of relax and be complacent in this regard? Well, the risk is there, of course, but we have realized that in this context, we know that we cannot take anything for granted. It is very easy to reverse any achievements, and therefore we have to be in a certain way happy and satisfied with what we have achieved. It is the result of many years of work and effort by civil society and public administration. It is true, but thinking, okay, we've done this, we've achieved it. The situation of Pride in Budapest last year is a call to attention, and we cannot allow this to happen. The fight has to continue. And as I said at the beginning, if we don't continue moving forward, we will end up going backwards. And at the end, this is what we do. We send responsibilities to civil society, but I think that you have this main responsibility and the capacity to remind administrations that we cannot just relax and think that everything has been achieved. Well, I don't really have anything to add. Well, that's it. To end, maybe a few last questions. First of all, to the president of the independent authority. This creation is an important step forward, and now that it is a tangible reality, even if we are still lacking, well, the bylaws and more staff, certain nuances, but how can it be considered really a useful tool for citizens? That's the challenge. Well, we need a full legal personality, therefore we need these bylaws, and without bylaws and without these, we won't have a budget and we won't have autonomy and won't be able to work. But I fully believe in those people who are part of the authority, and we can of course be levers, and taking into account that we have strong, ambitious competencies set forth by the law, well, we know that others have carried out the research and the actions that are necessary. And once we have these bylaws and the budget and enough staff, the challenge will be to be known as an efficient service that is really solving people's needs with no more aspirations, and to do this with regard to fighting against injustice, and that we are known for this good work. Last question for Jorge. In a European context where we can see this setback in many countries, in European countries, we've heard about the Pride in Rome. We're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Belgrade Pride, and with that massacre that occurred. And before, we were hearing from Klaus the situation in Germany with the surge of AfD. What role can be played by Spain in the international dimension? Well, what we have been mentioning previously, right? To lead the way in this context where, well, we tend to think that in the European Union we all think likewise and everything has been achieved, but we've realized that it is not the case. And one of the successes of Spain has been related to identify allies, forming alliances to be able to exert more pressure to go back to that consensus that existed within the European Union, by also playing the role of shaming others. As we were saying before, we are getting used to normalizing these speeches. No, Spain has this role. This speech is not tolerable and linked to this, and I think this is the most important role played by Spain. We have to lead by example. We have to show that respect for diversity entails positive effects. We have a more open, more comprehensive society, more developed, and this, of course, is attractive to many. And this is the role of Spain, to continue acting as a model. Well, to close, let's keep this message in mind as we were hearing before. No colors are too many in the flag in Europe or beyond the borders of Europe, and we have to feel proud of what we have achieved, but at the same time, we're tired of resisting. We have to continue moving forward, and let's enjoy lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pues muchas gracias. Y antes
Thank you very much. Before going upstairs, just to show you, this is a picture of Wendy and Diana, two lesbian girls from Uganda who have been detained because they have committed the crime of kissing in public. Soon there will be a trial. They can be condemned to death for kissing. We might not see their faces, we might not see them anymore. From the association, we're carrying out a campaign to be able to gather support to stop this barbaric act. We are reclaiming the support by European institutions. We thank Jorge, the ambassador, for his support and his involvement, but we invite all of you, encourage you, all of you, to join this campaign by MADO, and we will come back at 3:15. Thank you very much.
Luego es que se enchufa uno y se quita el anterior. No, 4 guay, o sea, más de... No está en el de Init, no es verdad. Qué cabrón, no está en el de Init, ya está en verde. Sí. Que sí, que ya se ha apagado ese, ya está. Ya está en verde.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Let's continue after lunch. Was it all good? Yes, did you enjoy lunch? We've been cooking all night. Now we have an essential roundtable. We're going to talk about transgender rights in the European Union, in the heart of democracy, with a question mark. I'm going to be inviting the moderator, Ángeles Blanco, who is a lawyer specialized in the rights of disabled people and LGBTQIA community rights.
Bueno,
Europe is undergoing an important moment for trans rights, as we all know. While the European Parliament has recently backed the full acknowledgement of trans women as women, the Court of Justice of the European Union moves forwards in the protection of the legal acknowledgement of gender and freedom of circulation within the European Union. This in the face of anti-trans narratives and reactionary offensives in different countries. The roundtable that we will be holding now will look into the legal, political, social progresses that are redefining the protection of trans people in Europe and their impact on human rights and democracy. So now I will give the floor to Ángeles, who will be presenting the speakers of this roundtable.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Thank you for the opportunity of moderating this roundtable. I think, in my opinion, that this is one of the most important matters addressed today, because setback, and in many geopolitical frameworks globally, is happening through the use of trans people, and particularly women, to delegitimize socially the community. And when we're not seen as persons, they can therefore carry out many cuts. So not only are we talking about a very interesting matter, I have a certain amount of experience in this field. I'm going to be referring to the US framework. In the US, myself, and with humility I can say that I'm a lawyer and I work with people with disabilities and people who belong to the LGBTQ community. And right now, during Trump's administration governance, I have been supporting 13 people, trans people, who have to leave the US and come to Spain. 12 women, 1 man, and I'm going to give you the context of all these presentations with the following element. The migrant oppression is also very present. All of them, except one, are migrants. And it is clear to see the logic, and this is what I would like to be addressing and analyzing with fellow speakers. Some I'm meeting for the first time, and others I have met in previous events. I have Candy Brightman. Did I say this properly? Please come here. Why am I here all by myself? Please join me at the table. She's an activist, and she carries out social political advocacy in collaboration with Gatti. She has been an activist for many, many years in her country, in Mexico. She has a career and an experience that, well, she will probably mention. Allow me to introduce Julian Hong Casalo. I hope that I'm saying this properly. A researcher at the University of Helsinki in Finland. She will be talking about something essential, key research that has been carried out on hate speeches. Hate speeches, this is the denomination that we use with public humiliation, and therefore they are hate crimes. We're talking about crimes. Alessandro Marcia, who is also a researcher, he's a teacher at the University of Maastricht. And I have the most difficult questions for him. Alessandro, I hope you will forgive me, but I have the most difficult ones for you. And we also have Alan Trillo, who's an activist in Phoenix Football Club and Tiresias Association. He's a social integrator. Our aim, on the one hand, and this is the greatness of this round table, we will, Jose Maria, sorry, apologies. If you know me well, you know me well and you love me. We have Jose Maria, president of Fundación Triángulo, and president also of an organization that has been mentioned before, co-president, co-leader, I think it might be more accurate, of the coalition of equal rights, or rights for equality. So forgive me, please, Jose Maria. As I was saying, we're mixing something very interesting, the academic world with a local approach and facing and talking about local advocacy. I think all of these elements are linked. I'm going to start with Julian. In your researches, you focus on hate speeches and hate crimes in many cases. And here, this is what I want to debate with you about. Many times these hate crimes are disguised through a fundamental right, which is the right to have freedom of expression. And this means that there is a part of the population that perceives this as valid. accepted. I am not humiliating anybody. What I am doing is I'm exercising the right to which I'm entitled. And this is not simple. Far right has used this freedom of expression, specifically placing at the center trans people and particularly women. So I would like you to tell us if we are in the face of a deliberate strategy or is it an organized strategy. This means that we're talking about the importance of hate speeches. Go ahead, Julian. Thank you.
No? All right, you can hear me? Yes. Thank you for the invitation to be on this panel with these prestigious speakers. I will speak in English. My home country is Finland. I'm from Helsinki. I will try to speak slowly, so if you need a translation, you'll be able to follow up. Thank you for the question. First, to answer quickly, yes, it is organized, and there are several different kinds of organizations that we can see in academic research that has established over the course of 10 years that this kind of rhetoric is organized. But first, I want to try to be very specific that there are two conceptions of free speech, freedom of expression, that are competing within the European Union context. So one is the US Constitution-based one, which is based on the First Amendment of the US Constitution. And in the US setting, freedom of expression and freedom of speech is quite highly appreciated culturally. Legally, it has to do with trying to have the government not to interfere with the rights of people. However, even in the United States context, freedom of speech is not absolute. It doesn't mean that there's an absolute law that guarantees you that you can say and do whatever you do. But in the European Union context, we confuse this. We have a different set of laws because of the history of, like you heard in the morning sessions, of history of fascism, history of Stalinism, history of anti-Semitism, that we have different kinds of legislation. And in the European context, we measure laws with other laws. There's no absolute free speech. You measure them in accordance with other human rights. And in the European context, we see the state a little bit differently. We try to think that the state should also guarantee us our freedoms, freedom too. So I wanted to make those two distinctions clear, because then it's easier to see that when you face this rhetoric that everything is free speech, it's based on digital algorithms and platforms circulating from a specific way of trying to change the meaning making that we have within the European context. Now, when it comes to trans people, let's get to the facts first. Trans people are small minorities. They're not well funded. They're not super wealthy groups. They're not politically powerful. They're not dangerous to anyone. So just keep that in mind, that in reality, trans people are not a real threat to anyone. However, trans people are a very low-risk, high-reward political strategy to divide people, even within the LGBT community. So it's easy to use an oppressed minority group to put forward these kinds of rhetorics that are then used almost as a Trojan horse to push forth other kinds of legislative changes and lobbying within the European Union. So I hope I answered your question briefly enough, and I tried to be specific, because legally these are quite complex things. But then when it comes to us trying to function together as democratic societies, it's important to know that let's not get into this debate, is this free speech or not, because most of this is organized. It's a hybrid way of strategically trying to influence different kinds of political decision makings and legislations. And in some contexts, and this is what I would like for this conference to take home, it may also constitute a security risk. Foreign influencing of our democratic societies. Specifically, we've seen this in the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Julián.
Thank you very much, Julian. I think your comments are very accurate, and to have this legal distinction is essential. This is how we have to understand how they hide things, how they have an organized strategy to directly attack trans people and use them as Troy horse, as you said. Alessandro, I wasn't lying before when I said that the difficult questions were for you. We've seen this, and it's been mentioned before this morning, how in a certain way Europe has made progress in terms of the Court of Justice of the European Union, acknowledgement of gender, and also certain legislations that are putting forward the possibility of freedom of movement for the LGBTQ community within the European Union. That's there. But there are other trends or events that are occurring nowadays, and maybe this progress, is it really happening? Is it being transferred or made reality? And in these relationship between countries, and there's a general framework, and then we have some countries that take a different direction completely. And, well, the question would be, is Europe capable of maintaining itself in this place of common project defending human rights, or can this in a certain way be shaken?
I understand everything, but I need at least 2 cervezas before speaking in Spanish, and today I didn't want for trans rights, I came sober. So, so yeah, as you said, we are witnessing a global attack against trans rights, which is taking place very much also in European member states, even if sometimes this is not very much in the news. Hungary, Poland, Italy, Bulgaria, but also Portugal very recently, but then we're a bit in front of a paradox, because at the same time, if we look at what is happening in Brussels and in Luxembourg, if we look at what the European Parliament says or what the European Court of Justice is doing, it's not there's not only a resistance against these attacks, but the court indeed is also positively advancing the rights of trans and non-binary people. Then, how do we make sure that that is not only on paper? Well, this is a general struggle of how the European Union works, I would say, but in this there is a fundamental role of what national courts can do. And indeed, the example you were mentioning, this idea now that once you transitioned in one member state, your transition is recognized in any EU member state. That comes from a case called Mirin from the EU Court of Justice. And indeed, a few months after, the applicant went back to Romanian. It was a Romanian national that had transitioned in the United Kingdom. And the Romanian court, the Bucharest court, ordered the public authorities of Romania to update his identity document. So that's a good news for him. And so it's very important that the national courts then play a role after the European Union legislates or after there's a judgment of the Court of Justice. Why do I highlight national courts? Because that is when, in my opinion, democracy comes in. So I mentioned some examples in the beginning, no? Hungary, Slovakia, Italy, Portugal. So that doesn't matter. Whatever country you pick, if you look at what they do to attack trans and non-binary rights, they do very much the very same thing in the very same order. So they start by fueling a culture war against minorities and LGBTQIA+ individuals. Then they depict their rights as something imposed by an elite, and the elite is indeed courts, supranational institutions, the European Union, the Council of Europe. They attack these rights through legislation, and then, surprise, surprise, they say, oh, but you know what? We're also going to do a constitutional reform because we need to improve the system, blah, blah, blah. And so, you know, then judicial independence, the rule of law, blah, blah, blah. And when you do not have, I mean, you can have all the rights you want on paper, but when you don't have a court where you can go when your rights are infringed, well, there's not much you can do. That's why what I usually say in all of my that I've said in the past 2 years when I mostly worked on trans rights and in the European Union is that it's not about trans or non-binary identities. Trans and non-binary identities are just the tool to attack democracy, the rule of law, to impose a domination of the majority.
Totalmente cristalino, Alessandro, esas dos cervezas.
Crystal clear, so those two beers worked well. Alan, let's look at the local sphere, because that is where we can see if this has truly been turned into a reality. How is trans reality experience in a dress room?
Esta ola, de alguna manera, reaccionaria.
How this reactionary wave can have an impact or not. Where are you positioned, and are you seeing any day-to-day setback? Are you experiencing this directly? First of all, if you don't know Phoenix Team, it was born in 2023. It was born from the need of people who were carrying out a transition, and they felt that football was not their own space due to other people's reactions. And Hugo Marlowe said, if football does not give me space, I will create that space myself. This project seemed a mad idea at the beginning. We've been working or existing for 3 years. 2 years ago, we were the first team federated in Europe, and only with trans people as members. And within the changing room, everything is natural. We have trans women, trans men, non-binary people, and even if people don't understand that all these identities can take a shower together in a changing room, for us it is normal, just normal. The problem comes when you're playing against other teams. Between us, everything is easy, everything is great, but maybe we play against other teams that do not belong to this community, with more cis, hetero, normalcy, and everything that is associated to football. And this is where we see that we live in a bubble, and even if there are many rights on paper, they're not always visible. You can seek for our IG account, and you will see many comments that are really hate crimes, and this is what we're dealing with in our day-to-day. And also from Tiresias Association that is created to be able to give support to LGBTQ people in the regions. We are more focused on trans people because many of us in the association belong to this community, and those that reach out via Instagram or social media, they reach out because they don't have a support network. We have the case of a person who said, I'm a trans person, and that person was kicked out by her family. And we experience this sometimes with fear. We know that next year elections will be held, and we can hear hate speeches. We hear this from politicians. These are clearly hate crimes, and therefore we can see that many people have this mindset, and maybe they would not dare to say this publicly, but if they see public representatives saying these things with no sanction, this hatred can be then reflected in the street, on social media, and in our day-to-day lives.
Muy necesario, Alan, que
Alan, it is very necessary that we hear the truth from you. This is what we really need to take care of. And allow me to say that when it comes to all the hate speech that you receive in your account, you need to take this to court. And last night, Pride is a demanding time for me. And I took to the local courts in Cáceres hate crime in social media from a farmer who decided that he wanted to kill all gays in this case. So it is important to sue, to take these things to court. We need to keep the videos. There are many apps that allow to download these videos, and we can take screenshots of the profile and denounce this in the platform. But when certain lines are crossed, we need to denounce these things, because rulings are against those people, and they're firm. What we are not doing sometimes is using the law in our favor. So the same way that they want to send this message that they want to use the trans community in order to sort of get in through the cracks and send the whole LGBTI community very far, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to denounce these things, and we're going to end these type of situations. And as a lawyer, I'm sorry, but I couldn't refrain myself from saying this. And in your case, Candy, you come from Mexico, and you have seen many trans women being murdered. You arrived in Spain, in Barcelona, and it could seem that everything is great. But I would like to hear from you, honestly, and also taking into account this the perspective from the migrant people, if you would say that this is the true reality. Currently, I'm working with the ACACE organization, which is an organization helping people find shelter in Barcelona and also to seek asylum. People who are fleeing their countries for aggressions against for their gender identity. I come from the second country in terms of violence, where the lifespan of a trans woman in 2020 was 35 years old. Since 2016 until 2020, the Zero Stalk, which is one of the projects that I took part in for trans women, the lifespan for women was between 35 to 40 years. Now, and then following years, this lifespan has gone up to 35 years of age. That means 5 years less than before. Before the month of May here, 10 women had been killed in Mexico City, trans women who had been murdered when they were doing their shopping, and they were subject of shootings just when they were doing their shopping. I was subject to beatings, and this is a reflection even of the institutional violence. And in Barcelona, I had to go through a situation very similar to that. Everything looked fine until three guys decided that they had the right to exert violence against me. Had just left a podcast where we discussed violence against trans women, and they got me on the way home and they beat me up. They told me that I was a gay guy with breasts, and then they kicked me. They kicked me down onto the floor, and they continued kicking me. The trans women are still the target of violence, and trans people and those who have to endure the most violence within the LGBTI community is trans people. And we are subject to this violence because our genitalia are different, because we build according to what we need, and we are under pressure all the time. We are always attempting to fit into a normalized narrative. So I could be called by some people as a gay guy with breasts, and I've also, when we talk about reassignation, this is something that I hate the term. I rather use the term sexual reconstruction, and we go through that. We're never still acknowledged as women, and we always need to apologize for who we are. And I am certain that activism in my case is from the minute that I leave my home until I come back. This is not something that I chose to do or to be. I didn't wake up one day and decided that I needed to have breasts today so that I would be recognized in the world. No, this is the way I was born. But I was born in a country that was very violent. But I learned from that point, and I showed the world that we can step out of that situation. But unfortunately, most of us and migrant trans women are working in the sex work field, and we have inherited this as trans women. It seems like we do not have any rights, and the hate speech that you hear now, especially about trans women, really remove all humanity from us, and they leave us with the guilt and with the shame, and we become the targets that people can go violent against, and you can people think that they have the right to end our lives. The most recent case in Figueres, there was a trans girl that was murdered when the piece of news came out, and they talked about her being a woman. This was considered gender violence, but when the people learned that she was a trans woman, the speech, the narrative, and the social media changed completely, and people were saying we have to congratulate the hero, one less on the streets. And in Mexico and in Latin America, this is what you see when you learn about a trans woman having been murdered. You always hear people congratulating the murderer and saying that this is the way to go. The irony is that among all these sexual workers, we are the most demanded, because my genitalia, my body, it really awakens a certain fetishism, and outside that room I do not exist. The person who considers me the most beautiful woman inside the bedroom goes and gives me a beating when he finds me on the streets. And this is not something that is only related to Latin America or to Europe. In the Inter-American Court for Human Rights demands from all countries to demand equality, but we know that people, even here, coming from Latin America, when they try to change their names in the register, they are not allowed, because their countries do not allow for this to happen, even when they're living here in Europe. Very recently, the statistics from 2025 were presented, and they talk about the number of people murdered. We're still dying, we're still being murdered, but we're still forgotten, excluded, and seen. The hate against our gender, it is hate against what is feminine. It's misogyny that is marking this trend, but it's it's also related with the fact that they like us, and my fragile masculinity makes me feel uncomfortable because I know that you don't really fit the image that I have of a woman in brackets. And this is something that we're seeing every day. There have been enormous progresses here made here in Spain and in Europe, but there is still a person that at noon can actually murder a trans woman in public, surrounded by people and who wouldn't do anything to protect this trans woman. And there's a lot of violence behind us. So the problem that many of us have to go endure, especially when we're migrant and Latin American, is that we have normalized violence. It is so embedded in us that we prefer to be hit than to be murdered. And I share that we had this conversation, you and I, Angeles, the bureaucratic terms to change your ID here are unending. So what are my options? How do I have to go back to violence and death, or do I have to go through this perilous journey to try and obtain all the documents that I am entitled to just because I was in a country and because I work here, I pay my taxes here like anybody else? But of course, there's this void there because I do not exist as a person myself.
Yo creo que has puesto encima de la mesa.
I think that you have brought up the great hypocrisy when the law for trans and LGBTI people in the draft of the law, this was much better documented, all these processes to be registered, the fact that, and this has been diluted in the final writing of the law. So I was discussing this with Rosli yesterday, that told me that many migrant trans women have gone back to their countries. Sometimes for them it is unbearable. It represents a higher degree of violence to remain here. So as a part of the community, and I really think that this space is great because we can all speak freely, but I think that we need to let migrant people speak, because up until now we haven't heard their voices. Well, Jose Maria, I think that we have heard from the academia, we have heard from people in their day-to-day lives. So what perspective can you bring to the table, especially when it comes to leadership of the Coalition of Rights for Equality? Are there any progresses that have been made for the trans people in particular? And what would be the lighthouse that marks the way? Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for that Rainbow Award that you were given the other day by the Ministry for your long trajectory. This is an award, a recognition that was implemented by the previous Ministry of Equality that I hope will last long if we still have a Ministry for Equality in the future. Also, I would like to thank Joseph and Juan Carlos and the rest of the organizers of Madrid Summit, giving me the opportunity of being here and participating in this panel, representing Fundación Triángulo, and also co-directing the Coalition for the Equality of Rights. Last year, the Ambassador Jorge and myself made a reference to this. As our participation as Triangle or Triángulo is being that part of the civil society, and they say that we are treated as equals, but maybe not so much. But this coalition is a coalition of states, of countries, and it is true that we, the civil society, is part of this. We are behind the ideas of all this, the ones who promoted its creation, but it is the states who make the decisions. We are sort of like their Jiminy Cricket, telling them day after day what they need to do. And going to your specific question, we do not have too much time because we would like to see some debate with the audience. But I would like to say to you that to your question, the answer is quite complex. We are working in the European Parliament, and here we have already one member of Parliament to whom we owe many of the progress that much of the progress that we have made. And I remember that even when we worked with LGBT Chrysalis, when we wanted to achieve this law for trans and LGBTI people, what we talk often is the rights of trans people, but feminism is historically been an ally in all this. I need to remind today that this is not something that came about yesterday. With the law for gender equality at the end of the Mr. Zapatero's term, we encountered many problems to pass this law. No, sorry, the first term of Mr. Zapatero. It was difficult, but we used to have more clear-cut political blocks, and the little nuances were not so visible. But now that we get together with different representatives from different countries, we realize that this is still one pending topic today. We see that we're all seeing that around us there is a war against diversity. When we want to claim to be at the core of democracy, couldn't be any better to defend a democracy that has room for everyone. This is our raison d'être, and to be part of democracy that includes us all is our greatest aspiration. However, the reality is that this is not happening anywhere in the world almost. And I would like to leave you with 3 ideas that we could discuss together. In the world, there are almost 200 countries, not even. And the United Nations could not create a working group on topics related to LGBTI topics because there is a veto from many countries. If we count the number of inhabitants, we are illegal in half of the planet. And this is a fact, and this is what has led to the creation of the Coalition for Equality of Rights, which is not only about decriminalizing people. This is the leitmotif of the coalition and the Spanish presidency. But after the year and a half of a co-presidency, I need to say that my learning is that that goal is almost impossible to achieve because oftentimes we forget that the world is very different in each of the countries. Sometimes we cannot even get to know our own countries and the realities in each of the regions, and we believe that we are much more similar than we actually are. We have a different outlook on life in different places. To achieve a decriminalization of LGBTQ people, well, the acronym changes depending on the country, but you can use whichever you want. But if there is the big the big fight that we see around is against trans people around the world. And sometimes we become accomplices because we do not do enough to make more progress in that field. Angeles has mentioned that there are many cases of trans people leaving the United States because of the reality that they're seeing there, but nobody pays attention to the fact that your own government, without you having done something at all, your government sends you your passport with your old name, and this is something that nobody is mobilizing against. And last year, some of us know this firsthand, last year we managed to have Budapest as the reflection of the world who wants to be in favor of what is right. And this became a real lighthouse for the whole world. And this aggression that we're seeing now in the United States against trans people, and this is happening around the world, but especially in the Anglo-Saxon world. And I have things to say about the representative from the municipality that spoke up this morning, but I'm not going to delve into that.
I had to say this, sorry. The concept is important. Apologies, one more minute. Many people, and not only Israel, do pink washing. The UK does pink washing. And we're talking about the main defender of LGBT plus rights. And they do this without the T. We cannot allow this as a society. There are certain red lines that cannot be crossed. And our role has to be the same. When they had the co-presidency of the Equal Rights Coalition, the closing conference, maybe in Barcelona, we don't know yet, there'll be a change of chair, and it was going to take place in the UK. Why did this not happen? This was due to the anti-trans movement. They're strong, but for the moment, we have won the battle for a key reason. Citizens are on our side. I think that massively, and the ambassador has said this, our country is respectful towards diversity. Not fully, of course, but in general, yes, massively. And this is the great hope for the future. The big problem that we have, that we're facing, is the alliance of anti-rights. And let's not get it wrong. Azteoir, Vox, far-right parties are an absolute key piece of all of this. Right now, there's international movement that is analyzing the quality of democracies with 5 working groups, and one of these groups is looking into the message anti-rights from the far-right party here in Spain to Latin America. And this is part of the anti-trend, also anti-rights existing in the US. And in this global fight, we have to mobilize our states. We're only hardly 200 states, and only 43, because Honduras have left, are in this Equal Rights Coalition. And this is the truth. Half of them don't even know what is happening in the coalition, and only from the other half, only 10 have an important role. Our country is there, and we have 10, 11 countries in the world that do consider this cause to be a real cause to fight for. But it is sad to see that only 11 countries have this in the agenda, not only 5% out of almost 200 countries in the world. So we're not in the agenda worldwide, really, but we have to continue being optimistic. For me, Europe has really turned the cheek too many times, and I'm sorry for the MEP present here. Budapest was an example. The declarations, the statements were too soft, even if we know that diplomacy has to respect the non-interference in other countries. But I think that we have to demand states to really believe in diversity, in equality, in who we are, in who we want to be, all of us. And we have to ask these countries to raise their voices and not to shy away or look the other side in the case of leaders such as Trump. Our main alliance, let's not forget it, are citizens, and each one of us, after taking on and enjoyed our lives in freedom. Thank you. And I almost forgot to invite you. We would have had a great loss here. I had 6 questions prepared for the debate, but I'm looking at the time. I don't want to be selfish. So therefore, I'm just going to ask one that you can answer all together, or you can, some of you, and then we will open the floor to the audience. As Julian was saying at the beginning, and also, and I agree with what you said during your last presentation, with the fact of standing firm in the front of the US, not because it's the US, but because of what is happening, and this movement without the T that was mentioned before, the letter T. But there's also a matter. We have really organized far right. What can we do really to be better organized, all of us, following this line set forward by Jose Maria, so that we stop this trend, and especially trans people, trans women, stop being the Troy horse of this setback that they want to impose on us? Well, as trans woman, I think it has to do with assessing the situation in which we live. So taking away the T is not only related to far right. We've had other elements of the community that defend this possibility, taking away the T, because we give the group a bad image. So if we're divided among ourselves, we're never going to have a united speech. And we also have to take into account the context of genitality. We're all biological beings, and I always give the clear example, Elon Musk and his children. He wanted to have all his children to be boys, and he has a trans girl. And this is a process that we all experience, and we have to understand this from that, because this is the simple narrative. This is what they say. They just say a trans woman as just a person with a wig, and we have to explain what identity is, what gender is. And if I just say something simple, I'm a woman because I have built and acknowledged and identified myself as such, a simple speech that can reach people, so that we leave technicisms aside. This is difficult as a community to do it, but we have to start doing this, because this will unite us and not divide us. Because if ourselves were not united, if we don't fight together, well, they'll just kill us separately, and this is how we have to move forward.
¿Alguien más se atreve?
Anybody else who wants to take the floor after Candy? No? Yes? Yes, Julian, go ahead.
Maybe I could say just quickly that when all these problems are compounded, it seems that it's massive and we're suffocating and we can't do anything about it. So usually a good strategy is to split among us the tasks and focus on what we can do and delegate the work among us and unite. And also one thing that I wanted to say, that when I said that let's not fall into the trap that is this freedom of speech or not. That's debate. These people who know how to organize digital platforms and make this kind of hybrid warfare against us know how to bait us, so that's what we are fighting. But if you think about like resisting genocide, suddenly that's considered some kind of a, I don't know, act of terror. Then, I mean, something is obviously wrong. So the rules of the games have been changed in a way that we need to, among ourselves, know that we have to have more solidarity among different kinds of groups, because one thing that the far right is very strong at is that they might have very different kinds of views, different kinds of positions, but they're still united. But when we have among our beautiful rainbow LGBT, environmentalist, Palestinian activists, all these kinds of different coalitions, when we have all our differences, we're stronger in our differences. That's where our strength is, but we just have to realize that. Because in the end of the day, the logic that fascism, for example, operates with is always the same. We can read it from history books. It just takes different kinds of forms. It's a shape-shifting animal. But in us, we have all the creativity, we have the love, we have the power, we have all the energy, like you have heard from these panelists. So I wanted to kind of like say that don't get too kind of like suffocated by the massiveness of the resistance. There have been historical periods where people have gone through impossible periods and they still came out stronger. So let's unite ourselves against fascism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, queerphobia, transphobia, all of these, and let's just stay strong together. Thank you.
¿Nos da tiempo para alguna pregunta, Juan Carlos?
Do we have time for a question, Juan Carlos? No? Doesn't seem so. Okay, no questions. All good. I just wanted to conclude by saying that it's been a pleasure. I hope that the other 5 questions, well, Juan Carlos, next year, please invite me next year so I can ask them. Conclusion. I want to share the framework. It is true that the narrative from far right is simple. It goes straight to the guts. But we have to unite. We have to simplify. We have to create a clear framework positioning that can be easily understood to be able to fight this narrative, to be able to reach people. This is possible to create community with short messages, strong messages. Thank you very much, everyone. We're running slightly late. There are some people who have to take the plane. So now we're going to talk about frontiers of diversity, migration, rights, and LGBTQIA plus resistance. The migration policies are at the core of the debate, not only in the US with the raids and the ICE detentions. This means that the access to international protection is getting tougher. At the same time, Europe is moving towards migration outsourcing models with detention centers and shaming policies. In Latin America, governments such as Argentina and Salvador have similar agendas. In the meantime, in Spain, we are carrying out a massive legalization process. To be able to have a dignified, safe, inclusive migration, well, we have several speakers now. We have Wanda Cedreño as a moderator. We will have Edith Espinola, Regularización Ya, Osmeli Piña, Acción Triángula, Rastin Sigorat from ONG Rescate, Yenis Hernández, PhD in chemical science, journalist, an activist, and Juan Fernando López Aguilar, MEP and group of the Democratic and Socialist Progressive Alliance at the EP. So welcome everyone, let's go.
Me están pidiendo un segundito, creo que
I think we need a few seconds, I think, to organize things.
Vale, estamos en vivo, todo esto es corriendo, así que...
Okay, this is a live event. Let's go for it. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I had prepared a brief introduction on this matter because I think it is more pertinent than ever. I'm going to try to accompany it and briefly mentioning, it seems that this roundtable is very, very relevant. It stems from a central idea. Migration is a social, cultural, democratic and economic movement. Migrant people, as we all know, sustain communities, create support networks, extend care networks and transform public life. And migrant people who belong to the community connect also different fights in favor of anti-racism, and we don't want to have an existentialist gaze. We want to recognize them as holders of rights and political stakeholders. This debate is taking place right now at the end of the massive legalization in Spain. We also have the new migration pact that is entering into force in Europe, and it allows us to reflect on the future. It is an important moment for Spain. Let's see what happens in a year's time with the new migration pact and how can we integrate all these fights and all these demands. The panel that we have prepared for today is extraordinary. We're talking about wonderful people. I will start by introducing, first of all, just a minute. We have Jenny Hernández from Disidencias en Movimiento Association, Ramtin Sigorat, who is an Iranian activist, Osmeli Piña, activist and human rights defender, Acción Triángulo. We also have Juan Fernando López Aguilar, MEP, and finally Edith Espinola, who has a degree in administration and is part of the movement Regularización Ya. With this wonderful panel, we will start with a few questions with Edith, who is next to me, talking about the extraordinary legalization process and this milestone that has just ended in Spain. Ask you, from the movement Regularization Now, you have been fighting for the fact that the lack of legal status makes migrant people have to work in the informal economy. How does this administrative vulnerability, can we link it to the marginalization and discrimination towards migrants? In which way has this legalization process being acting as a model so that the rights are still defended? And also I wanted to ask you about the future. What will happen in 1 year? How can we make sure that people do not fall in irregular situations?
Creo que tengo 4 minutos, son muchísimas preguntas.
Thank you. I think I just have 4 minutes ahead, and there are too many questions. I don't know if I'll be able to answer all your questions. After this has been a very intense week where we have cried, we have laughed, we have stressed out. It's 2.5 months of a fight that materialized. It's 6 years of work of migrant migration protection movement, and we have worked so hard to have this sort of patch and for the rights of people who have been working and living in this country. How can we keep up the fight? I think that all fights become like a model for transformation, a model of change, but it looks like always activists need to be demonstrating 3 times as much in terms of how to build things, how we need to go beyond what we are asked for. Regularization has taken a big toll on us, not only because of the intense work that it has required from us, but also it has been emotionally draining, and it has shown that the state has no respect for anybody, and that we have had millions of families, including mothers, fathers, minors, trans people. We had to book a specific day for people not to feel harassed. We have had to defend on the streets in spaces that should be safe, and we're not safe at all. So regularization represents an access to a right that belongs to us. As the colleague was saying, it looks like you need to be demonstrating through a piece of paper what you are. If you don't have this paper, you're not a person. And this is something that we see all the time on the streets. On the 1st of July, we will have this pact that is the brutal pact on migration that will impact not only adults, but also minors starting at 6 years of age. And they will this is something that is already happening. It's something that has been done quietly in the dark, and when it has been decided upon this, the situation is already there. And now we need to start another fight from the community. You know this very well. You have a law, you have a right, but you need to keep fighting because there are 100, 200 types of injustice that you still need to deal with. I do not want to use anybody else's time, but I would like to say that this, what we have achieved, demonstrates that if we work on social justice and a minimum access to equality, the minimum possibility of having access to a residence permit, that it's only a piece of paper that doesn't entitle you to having access to the labor market, and you still need to wait for a positive result. And it is painful. It is painful to go through this. I was listening to the colleague before. You're not acknowledged as a person. You are always submitted to exploitation, to abuses. So you have a piece of paper, maybe, but that doesn't mean that you have access to all rights. I would keep on talking, but I would like to stick to my time here. Thank you so much. And let's move on. Talking about regularization in order to understand regularization as a human right that allows us to have a dignified life and to have access to services. So, Osmeli Piña, your foundation has worked from Monday to Sunday. You were focused on facilitating this process for everyone who wanted to apply for this regularization. So, as from your role as the community accompaniment service that you've been providing, how do you accompany a person who belongs to the LGBTI community? How do you move to taking this role that you have nowadays? Well, thanks first of all for having me. Acción Triángulo is an organization that supports people from the LGBTI community throughout the year. But when we saw that the regularization was coming up, we realized that this was going to be an enormous amount of work, non-stop. As Wanda said, we're fully devoted to this. Our site is a tiny place in Lavapiés with about 120, 150 square meters, 8 employees with a payroll. And what really moved things were the volunteers. They helped us deliver services to everyone interested. The process ended on the 30th of June. We were not even aware of numbers. We have an Excel sheet that I think I'm the only one who has really checked it. And in total, we have submitted 2,600 requests, and 1,038 have already passed the first filter, but the first screen. But I would like to say that only 9 out of those 2,300 submissions have been approved. This process has a certain timeline, but for now we're not seeing that this timeline is being complied with. One of the first people to whom we submitted the regularization request has only now received the acceptance for the process to be undertaken today. So, to people, this is something that will improve their quality of life. You cannot imagine the number of stories that we have heard throughout this procedure. People who were in the most precarious situations, specifically in Madrid. And this changes their life completely. They can, for the first time, demand their employment rights. We're talking about a lot of precariousness there. People who can, for the first time, not be afraid of denouncing the situation in which they find themselves. People who will be able to live, to be at ease in their lives. And I always give this example. Wanda and myself come from Venezuela. The first months that I was in Madrid, I felt that in the first weeks, I saw a policeman, a police agent, and I always had to cross the street. It felt like a sort of violence. So this, to many people, means getting back their lives. Thank you, Osmeli. And I would like to acknowledge the work done by the regularization platform, because we were there supporting people, but they really made a great effort, especially with the working hours. We're very short on time, so and going back to the regularization process, I think that it is important to talk about the elephant in the room, how this process is in clear contrast with European policies. And we would like to ask Mr. López Aguilar, MP, what is the status of international protection of people fleeing persecution because of sexual identity or gender identity? And especially when we see that the security agenda is becoming more and more strict around the world, and how can we ensure that asylum within the European Union for the people from the community is ensured? Well, thank you everyone for your commitment, for your activism, and also for inviting me to be able to share with you some contributions that I might make to this open debate about rights. Rights are a struggle. I come from the legal sphere, and this is the area from which I like to discuss the rights. I remember that Pedro Cerolo used to say that we needed to conquer rights, and those rights need to be exerted, enjoyed, but above all, they need to be defended, because no right is granted forever. Even when we have conquered rights, they're all under threat of erosion, of setback. And this is what is happening at the national scale of the 27 member states. And it is the case of the European Union itself. And I'm talking about this from my own experience in terms of fight for rights. I have worked on rights as a soldier. I've pushed for them as a legislator at a national level in Spain, at a European Union level. It is a unique institution in the world. It is the only parliament that is elected directly by universal vote by the citizens in the member states, and it has a legislative aim. It is a legislative institution. We make laws in this parliament, and the committee that I'm presiding is the committee by default, so to speak, of the European Parliament, and of all the activity in the legislative sphere. We tried to include the respect of rights and freedoms of the 27 member states, led to the realization that those rights are not granted forever, that we are seeing offensive setbacks in many member states with a syndrome that by contagion has grown since the Hungary of Viktor Orban, 16 years of absolute majorities with enormous setbacks in terms of fundamental rights and others. But this was passed on to Poland, to Slovakia, and to a certain extent Bulgaria as well. But in no member state, as you can imagine, state are flawless. In Spain, when it comes to LGBTQ plus rights, Spain is a role model. The studies have demonstrate that we are at the avant-garde in those rights. We are a role model. And it is not easy to keep up this position, because this has turned Spain as a sort of counterpoint in Europe, where we see winds blowing in the opposite direction and against the values that are inspiring for Spain, but also isolate Spain, and they actually put pressure on it because precisely of its position as a role model. We tend to say that migration is a fact and asylum is a right, but migrants are not mere facts. They're people. They have rights. The right to asylum is binding for all member states, and we have tried to embed this in the Pact for Migration and Asylum. Please believe me when I say that a legislative package, including 8 European regulations that together form a system following the Treaty of Lisbon that binds Europe to have an asylum treaty, cannot be fully satisfactory to anybody, not even for the negotiators. Even if when I was the head of such negotiations, we're talking about a parliament of over 700 MPs, in which no parliamentary group can start in a legislative process with the idea in their minds of really earning all they want to. No matter how clear you have in your mind the importance of certain legislation, the fact is that you need to have these trade-offs, these compromises for every legislative deed that is binding for all member states. But after the Parliament had done that, it took us 10 years, because migration and asylum is one of the most divisive aspect within the European Parliament. And after all this had been done, you had to take this to the Council, who are in charge of the trilogue, with which we talk about the exchange between the Parliament and the Council, the ministries of the interior of all countries. And after all the sacrifices to make this negotiation possible, I can say that it is better to have an European negotiation than having none. And then it is better to have passed a legislation that is not fully satisfactory for everyone than not having brought this to the negotiation table, because it is this Parliament is extremely negative towards asylum seekers and migrants. This is the prevailing view in the European Union, and this is why Spain sticks out. We have seen a lot of hostility within the European institutions since the ministry's cabinet accepted these elements. There has not been one single day where we have not seen attacks against this government with the idea that Spain is going to import criminals towards the European Union, and that these criminals will rape our wives and our daughters within the European Union. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what I hear in the European Parliament, and no matter how upset this makes me, you need to know that this is happening. You need to have very clear in your minds that you cannot import any sort of criminals and then exporting them to other countries within the European Union. But I will say that this is always a battle. Nothing has been conquered forever. Rights have not been conquered forever. So the situation of the LGBTQ plus community has always been under consideration. They have been included in the regulation for asylum. It's a qualification regulation which in its articles 5 and 10 states that the Geneva Convention, which is about the rights of the refugees, that protects people fleeing persecution because of the risk for their integrity, because of pertaining to any social group or their identity or their ethnicity or their belonging to any social group. The discrimination for reasons of gender identity is forbidden by the European Charter. So this is why in Spain many people obtain international protection for that very reason, because they are persecuted because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This is a discrimination that is forbidden by Article 21 of the European Charter, and this is what we have brought to the asylum and migration regulation package. And despite all that, the battle is still on, and we need to fight it from every angle, because even when we manage to implement this package of regulations, we had given 2 years for member states to get ready to the full implementation. For countries such as that have borders with other regions of the world, could have the time to establish different rescue teams and other measures. And after all these 2 years, the states are still fighting the implementation of the regulation, of the package of regulations. And in Spain, we have a progressive government that is still standing up, but there are many countries that are under the right-wing control. Some of them, 9 of them, are even from the far right tendency, so to speak. There is this group, patriots, sovereignists, and another group are the extreme right groups in the European Parliament that are marking the trend for the new legislation about asylum and migration. They're talking about returning people to their countries, but this is not about returning people in compliance with their human rights and their fundamental rights. We're talking about sending these people to a different country that is not their home country just because one ruler from a European member state has outsourced this the service of keeping these people in premises on their behalf. And this regulation of return is not included in the Pact for Migration and Asylum. What this pact aims for is to comply with the Treaty of Lisbon, which is the European Union Constitution that establishes that there should be one single system for migration and asylum that is governed by the legislation of the European Union. And this obviously the European Union is like a big dinosaur that moves really slowly, but the return pact is not included in the package of regulation. It has been passed with the approval of and the support of the extreme right and the right parties who had who stood up and clapped and shouted, "Send them back, send them back," ignominiously at the European Parliament when this was passed. Send them back even when where they do not belong. We're not talking about returning people to their home countries. We're talking about deportation. We're not talking about countries in transit countries that have a diplomatic architecture that respects the rights of these people. Or that allows them to, these people to go back to the place where they came from, but rather we're talking about a third country outside the European Union being paid to receive migrants and asylum seekers from other third countries. And this gives the member states the possibility of negotiating the outsourcing this service of taking care of asylum seekers and refugees.
It is not a country of origin or transit, and as a negotiator, I heard this argument, fly them to Rwanda, from ministers of the interior, and I always said, why Rwanda, Uganda? So you think they all come from Uganda because their skin is black? Even if they're from Mali or Nigerian, or we just have to fly them back to Uganda because that's what you're paying Mr. Kagame, who is the leader of Uganda and has been so for the last 35 years, and endless dictatorship, so that you don't have to see them. Do you think this is dignified? This is European. Do you think it is compatible with the Charter of Human Rights or the European treaties or principles? No. And this is the infamous return that has been approved by the Popular Party with the far right. It is not part of the Pact for Migration. It denies it. I want to encourage you to fight. Fight continues. Rights are never granted. They're integrated in certain treaties and charters, but the Court of Justice obliges them. And I would like to end by saying that Hungary has carried out a strong setback, regression of rights that has had a significant impact on LGBTQIA community members, and I've heard the previous conversations, and I have to say that on the same day, the elections day, that I don't celebrate the new prime minister is maybe, you know this from Fidesz and Orbán. He is an annex, so to speak. On that same day, the Court of Justice was condemning Hungary for the violation of values of Article 2 of the European Union Treaty that has to oblige states to abide by the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this is obligatory for member states and also Hungary. And this is something that we have to take into account. Rights are never secured all the time, and the fight continues. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that explanation and for making this call to action, to participation, following the spirit of the previous roundtable in the face of closing of frontiers in the European Union, in the face of migration. We don't want this setback to become a reality. We have to acknowledge the rights of migrants who are here, who live here, who work here, who seek dignity, and we have to make this a reality more than anything. With this idea, I think it is pertinent to move towards Rantim. He has experienced firsthand the difficulty of persecution in Iran, the situation in Turkey, and the shelter system here in Spain. From your experience, for people with non-binary identities, how can this become an everyday survival? How would you define the difference between managing to escape, going to Turkey, and finally finding the possibility of living with dignity and building a dignified life in Spain, and also comparing this with the challenges brought by the shelter system here in Spain? Short and simple questions, nothing too complicated. Hello, everybody. Thank you for this space. As a non-binary Iranian person, it has been a difficult trajectory in life. I lived in a society I was always discriminated against. I was fearful of my life due to, well, my gender, my identity, and there's something evil that has to do with the sexist law. Before arriving to Spain, in countries such as Saudi Arabia or Iran, when a person is passive in a sexual relationship, can be condemned to death. And who is passive? If you're a victim of a violent act, you can also be condemned to death, because it doesn't really matter. It's like women being in second line, and a man with a passive role has no space. An effeminate man doesn't have a space either. My life in Turkey as an activist fighting for the community's rights. You fight in the name of other people who don't have a voice, who've been beaten or silenced, who in a certain way are no longer part of the of society. And this is when the government of Turkey tried to return me to Iran, and I had the refugee agency of United Nations support me so that I could come to Spain, and I was not returned to Iran. So many, many difficulties. In Spain, there's significant shift.
No vives diariamente un estrés.
You suffer stress, but you don't experience fear due to the way in which you speak, for being more effeminate. You can hold somebody's hand, a man's hand, or kiss that man. One day you can dress with a skirt and you can walk around and you're not afraid of being attacked with a glass bottle. It is a huge change. And when you wake up, you don't need drugs to be able to be calm and to just have breakfast and drink water. It is a huge difference apart from freedoms. These discriminations that we experience in other countries that a lot of people experience, this is something that we don't experience here, thanks to the fight of many people for many decades who have stood there dignified so that we can enjoy these freedoms nowadays. This is why it is so important to be in the streets, to move forward, to fight, to continue progressing. We have to fight. We have to improve in rights. We're humans and we have lives, a natural life. Except in the case of violence. It is violence. As a refugee person, I received important support, but I have also witnessed discrimination by means of social class, the color of skin, or origin, and sometimes within the community, some people have not been able to enter or join because they weren't considered enough. One day I heard a comment that stated we were with a friend, and the comment was, oh, they should be sent to Afghanistan to be killed. They've come here to destroy our society. What is this makeup that that person is wearing? And it's wow. And that person was labeled or identified itself as feminist. But we cannot accept that people act like that and say those things. To live in peace has helped me cure my wounds. To live suffering discrimination, suffering systematic violence, and strong, deep sexism leaves you wounded, badly wounded for a long time. It's taken me a lot of time, a lot of support, many friends who've been there with different ideologies, different kinds of support. They've also shown me different ways of advocacy because I come from a different system, a survival system, and here I learned how to live and not only to survive. And I fight so that other people in the communities do not suffer as I did, so they have a good life. I've been taught unity and support and solidarity between communities. Thank you.
Bueno, yo creo que tu testimonio.
Well, Rantim, I think that your testimony helps us reflect on these policies of return. Return to where and which safe places can be found for people taking into account their rights. It is a systematic violation of human rights. I just wanted to add one more comment. We cannot allow that on our behalf our names are used to generate hatred or discrimination. I don't want others to be killed on my behalf and with my name. We cannot empty the streets or schools or political spaces where we can be united to defend dignified life for everyone.
Bueno, Janice es nuestra.
So, Janice is our last speaker today from the independent advocacy, and taking into account you're part of historical processes as the transformation of the Code of Families and also here your work in Spain. We would like to ask you how advocacy changes after migration. Which challenges are faced by activists in these processes, and how can we find effective support so that there is full help towards people coming from a different reality? Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all. And thank you for this panel. The association to which I belong is pretty new. We're in majority Cubans. It is important to mention this, and maybe I can say that Cuban reality and activism in Cuba has been used by many political parties, and very, very badly understood, I would say. I have been part of the approval process of the family code in Cuba. I have coordinated different campaigns, but from the point of view of independent advocacy, I have worked for the Cuban state, and this meant that myself and many of my friends who are now in Spain, some of them in a non-legal status situation, we were at the center of the state police forces. We suffered questioning, surveillance, and even coaction, threat of going to prison. I'm a political exile here in Spain. I did not seek asylum because we were lucky enough to be able to access the democratic memory law, my spouse and myself, and I think everybody's situation is different, and Cuban's reality is suffers from a lack of understanding, and I have many political exile friends who are here in Spain because they were advocates for the LGBTQIA community rights in Cuba. They were forced to flee. They're still in an irregular situation. They applied for asylum, and for political reasons, the approval of this asylum situation has taken years and years and is extended. And I cannot really prove that I was persecuted politically in my country. It is very difficult to demonstrate these situations, these realities. And to go back to your question, advocacy in Cuba and compared to advocacy in Spain, this depends on the difference. To be able to do this with a certain amount of legal framework and freedom. Here in Spain, we have registered an association. We all come from different backgrounds. We have different status. We're all Cuban. We're all political exiles. And we saw the need to gather, to unite, to try to help other people in similar situations, people with the same nationality. And this is, there's a lack of understanding towards Cuba. We're very different. You're from Venezuela, and I think the situations are very different between Venezuelans and Cubans with regard to Spanish legislation. And Cubans are in a very specific situation. Everybody uses us, but nobody supports us, helps us, because nobody understands us. and we feel isolated. This is the reason for which we started advocacy here in Spain. We feel isolated. We don't feel understood. We're left-wing, many of us, and many people don't understand how you can be left-wing and at the same time be opposed to Cuban government. But it is an authoritarian government, and we have been persecuted in the country only for working outside of their networks, not against them, but outside their networks. Well, if they cannot control you, you are persecuted, and that's it. And we founded the association to be able to learn these things, and this was the clear difference. In Cuba, you have an advocacy under persecution, under surveillance, with no legality, because it is impossible to have an association being registered outside of the state dimension. And here in Spain, we could do it, and it is different. It is very, very different. And also, it is different because the situation that we had in Cuba as activists is very different from the situation that we have here in Spain. My PhD in chemical sciences, well, is my reality, and this is where I come from. But before, I was cleaning in Madrid. These were the services that I provided, and this is the situation of many, many migrants. It's not only about regularization. I support it, of course. The work done has been amazing, and a lot of people have finished this process, and it is sad because even in taking into account this solitude, we are slightly privileged compared to other nationalities that have an even more disadvantaged situation. But it would be great to see the problems of migrants end with the legalization process, the documents being provided with regard to having a legal status so that they are not deported, etc. There is a clear inequality in terms of education. You have recognition of certain academic certifications, and this is very, very difficult. So the access to employment that might be associated to your academic certifications is very, very complex. So the access to employment that would be above minimum wage or average wage is very, very difficult. It has been very, very difficult. But in my case, my spouse has got a salary under the minimum wage, and this is the situation of many migrants.
And it is not only about the regularization, but it is also about everything that comes after, the accompaniment that comes after. And this is what we have been focusing on as an association, creating networks, joining forces. We have talked a lot about working together and unite and supporting as brothers, sisters within the LGBT community. This is something that has brought us together, the fact that we are activists in this area, but there are many other things that bring us together, and we wanted to use all these shared elements, all these things that we have in common in order to support other people who are in a situation that we understand very well, because we have always been in this situation ourselves. We are never in an advantageous position. So we all have this complex situation. From the economic perspective, we are in a situation that if it's not unstable, at least it's uncertain. And if you have had documents, the potential for having access to a better situation, they increase, but they're not really high either. And then you come and you discover other realities. And I do not want to point fingers, but I would like to say that it is more difficult than for other people. And Many have called to unity in matters such as fight against these forces that are pushing for a setback in terms of rights for the LGBT community and other types of rights. Sometimes even the right to abortion is under question. And I think that we need to make a call to create networks of support in other areas. Those networks are necessary for the fight, but also for survival. This is something that we learned in Cuba because we saved ourselves there because we supported each other when people lost their jobs. We collected funds together and we supported the person who was jobless. This is the type of work that we tend to forget because there is a work that needs to be done at the legislative level in terms of the documents, also in parliament, at the government level. So there's this community work to build networks that to me might even be more important than, because this is where activism comes from very often.
Me han dicho que tenemos un...
I've been told that we have a couple of extra minutes that I will use to ask a question, because I had several to ask, but I will take just one of them. And this is very much connected to what has just been said by Jenny's about creating networks. In Venezuela, we know about this. Solidarity saves people, and it becomes a mechanism to reinforce democracies. In this sense, acknowledging that we are at a Pride conference, at a Pride Summit, I would like to ask you what the Pride can do and Madrid Pride can do to support people in the community, especially understanding that that layer of migrant people adds to an enormous sea of cross-cutting elements that is not always visible and that is trying to emerge in this context. Somebody wants to take the floor?
Yo creo que se puede hacer dos cosas.
I think that two things can be done, above all. First of all, to try and fight against the xenophobia. Create a space where there is less discrimination and to ensure the participation of any ethnics, birthplace. And it's also important to learn from each other. Each of us comes from a different reality. We have learned through in different ways. To listen to each other might help us find new ways of fighting so that we are not subject to different political ideas, but rather become stronger to defend ourselves from the strikes that we might have to face in the future. I would like to join in the acknowledgement of the civil society, activists, and NGOs, and of course the celebration of Pride. Right now, it is an expression of how much we've changed. Not always we have gone worse. Changes, improvements need to be worked on with a lot of effort. Only when you change for the worse, this comes naturally. And it only takes time to understand what you have lost. But when it's about improvement, you need to fight for those. This is why I acknowledge the fighters I talked about the European framework that has developed the institutional values that are included in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. This legal framework has consolidated an European idea of democracy that is not limited to elections or representative governments who boast that they have a majority in their parliaments. Of course, you need those majorities. It would be absurd to have minority governments or not having or having governments that do not have the necessary support by their citizens, from their citizens. But the respect and the continuous insurance guaranteeing of the rights of minorities, whether it is linguistic minorities, ethnic minorities, or minorities that, if you wish, are political. This means the opposition that criticizes you, the opposition that demonstrates against you, that insults you, that pulls your sleeve so that you give them things, that they demand from you. This opposition is, in a democracy that wants to be called like that, is necessary because they really qualify the nature and the character of a democracy, and also promotion of pluralism and diversity. Those are values of Europe, and any democracy that thinks that any majority can just prevail by pushing the majority and trying to convince everyone that majority is equal to one single opinion, this is not valid, because democracy is for pluralism and diversity. Sometimes activists and all sorts of fighters that are demanding for advances really shake the conscience of the institutions, and especially the representative institutions. And I see today that Pride is a celebration that is happening now. When I was very young, and I felt very much from a left-wing ideology, I didn't even think that this could happen. But this is a must. It's as an event that unites people. And actually, when Viktor Orban tried to repress this Pride movement in Hungary, all the people, all the left-wing in Europe mobilized to fight the repression against Pride that Viktor Orban tried to impose. And we told them that this was not allowed, that thousands and thousands of people from Europe would prevent you from imposing this repression. So when it comes to your question, activism is key to qualify democracy deserving of that name, but also to raise awareness and for the people to understand that when rights have been conquered, we cannot let them go back. Even when we have governments that have set their minds to bringing us back in time in terms of the rights that we have acquired. We have 2 minutes. 1 and 1, please. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to say that this is not only about the Pride Week. We need to keep room for migrant people all year long, and that this space needs to be a real time. Migrant people can make decisions, can debate, can do things. Sometimes it's only about inviting and hearing somebody delivering a testimony, and that is good. But there are other things that we can do as well. So I wanted to highlight this. And when it comes to regularization, something that we always say is that the term undocumented people I had never seen as many documents in my life as when we were working on regularization. So please, stop calling these people undocumented. Very briefly, we need to work for our privileges. Despite the fact that we might be excluded or discriminated against, there are certain privileges that we still sustain based on certain realities, certain bodies, certain life experiences that not only migrants have, but it looks like we always need to be in a category, and usually we're pushed down. We were talking about support networks, how they save lives. We need to learn to listen to all voices and to talk from our empathy, from a place of warmth, of love. We need to organize our rage in order to fight with love for rights, and especially not to have any migration statute should be the frontier, the border that separates us from human rights. And we need to work for everyone to have access to real human rights. If we don't, we will never be able to speak as a society and tell ourselves that we work for equality.
Solo con unos minuticos extra.
With a few more minutes, we will be wrapping up this panel. I don't think that there are any questions. I don't see any hands raised. So let's thank you very much for staying to listen this, and I will leave you with the idea of us having to understand this migrant events as something that we need to look into and acknowledge migrant people as owners and entitled to their own rights.
Bueno, quiero dar las gracias a los compis de esta mesa.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I think that migrant people contribute to making Spain a country. I do not want to criticize, but
Ahora vamos a pasar rápidamente.
this was a country that started well, and now it's great. Now we're moving on to the closing remarks. For those of you who have been here, you know that we read the conclusions and we think of how we can work on these conclusions, because people gathered here can work together to turn this into a reality. We always give a copy to Damien so that he can pass this on to the European Parliament. But I would also like to call onto the stage colleagues from different prides from Europe and Latin America, because, as you know, in 2017, Madrid hosted World Pride, and it is not the only event of its category held around the world. So we have the new, for instance, the Pan American Pride or Euro Pride as well exists. So if I can call Alessandro Battaglia, Andrea Covarrubias, Maria Geralt, Andoni Ibanez, and Patrick van der Paas, please join me on the stage.
Y ahora que
Sí, ¿tú lo quieres coger?
Alonso Reguer para leer.
And now Juan Carlos will be reading the conclusions. I wanted to make sure that we could hear everyone. So let's go with the statements first by Juan Carlos. In Madrid, Spain, July the 3rd, people here gathered in the framework of the organization and celebration of this 8th International Conference on Human Rights, LGBTQIA+, that has gathered more than 30 speakers from different countries, activists, leaders of NGOs and political representatives, and an online and face-to-face audience with 300 activists with the support by the EP and the EC. Let's remember that all human rights are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that all person has the right to enjoy human rights without distinction towards gender, identity, expression of gender, sexual orientation, race, color, language, religion, political opinion, etc. We understand that the historical moment that we're in and the demands commit us to be at the same level of the society's demands, future generations, and extending the memory of all of those humans that came before us. We observe with hope the legislative progress that are taking place globally. We celebrate the ratification of the same-sex marriage in Nepal, that is a milestone in Asia, and the historical ruling in Poland that guarantees trans-border acknowledgement of same-sex marriage within the EU. We also applaud the protection of rights in state and autonomies in Spain, highlighting the recent reform of the criminal code to punish with 2 years of prison the false conversion therapies and the step forward with regard to psychological torture to be able to protect the access to health and gender affirmation, demonstrating that hostility and democratic institutions and activism continue building solid frameworks for human protection. We subscribe the need to continue united in the effort and fight in favor of rights for all people in Spain, Europe, and beyond, where those protections not necessarily exist. We also celebrate the resilience of activists that continue building movements under intense repression and the commitment of communities that work in favor of LGBTQIA+ rights in national, European, and international frameworks. Nonetheless, we condemn the recent wave of disinformation. We fight against the coordinated attacks against trans lives, non-binary and intersex as a deliberate strategy. We denounce the outsourcing models regarding migration in the EU, detention centers, and the toughening of frontiers. And we also reject the instrumental use of our conquers in key of homo-nationalism to stigmatize and criminalize migrant people. We also denounce firmly the alarming worsening of institutional violence and criminalization of several parts of the world. We condemn the punitive toughening in Senegal and Niger for also recent penal reforms that impose sanctions of prison for the fact of loving others. And also we denounce the systematic legislative offense in multiple states in the US oriented and aimed at dismantling the health with regard to gender affirmation among minors, forcing the obligatory deletion of pronouns. These measures are not just isolated facts. They are a coordinated strategy to be able to fight against the dignity of trans, non-binary, intersex people. And of course, we condemn Putin and his aggression war, and Trump, and the illegal war against Iran, and the genocide by Netanyahu and Israel. Therefore, we demand the European Commission to implement urgently and with impact the next equality strategy 2026-2030 with binding indicators and complete funding. We demand that the Commission address the democratic mandate expressed by more than 1 million European citizens, expressed in the European Citizenship Initiative, and elaborating a directive that is binding that prohibits what we call conversion therapies. We also demand the Commission to unblock finally the horizontal directive. We also demand the firm intervention and economic stance with regard to the activation of mechanisms of conditionality of funds and infraction against anti-trans agendas and attacks, with the grave attempts of prohibition and persecution of prides in Hungary, guaranteeing that no member state can violate the freedom for peaceful meeting. We promote the leadership of the government of Spain that this year has been #1 in the rainbow map, being at the forefront of human rights. We don't want this historical acknowledgement to fall into self-complacency, and this has to be translated in the real application of the non-discrimination and equality of treatment independent authority, guaranteeing legislative advances. We demand that this domestic example is guided in an ambitious way with regard to our external actions through the ministry and through the ambassador in special mission for the LGBTQIA people rights, and that the co-presidency of Equal Rights Coalition be exercised to be able to export this model of protection and asylum to the whole world. Finally, we call upon this leadership so that nobody is left behind, prioritizing full acknowledgement of the identity of non-binary migrant people with the realities of the community. From this closing event at the conference, we will maintain and preserve the advance and the conquest of humanity free from discrimination. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Juan.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos, for reading this statement. We will now give the floor to Patrick van der Pas, who will explain something that was mentioned with regard to the European initiative by citizens to be able to prohibit conversion therapies. He is member of the European Association of Pride Organizations, and he's a founder also of Pride Network in the Netherlands. Thank you.
For having me, Madrid Pride, to this summit and sharing about this campaign we did and the work also from the European Pride movement. As you might heard, last year we did a big campaign on conversion practices, and this was an ECI campaign. ECI is an European Citizen Initiative, and this is a mean of the European Parliament and the European Commission for citizens to have a say in what is put on the agenda at the European Parliament. And ours was to ban conversion practices on the European level. This idea wrote by Matteo Garrillo, a native French boy who saw a guy who saw a documentary about conversion practices happening in France, which already banned conversion practices. And this arose the question: why is this not illegal? Like, why is it not banned in the whole of Europe? Because, believe it or not, most of the countries in Europe still don't have a ban on conversion practices. He found the idea of the ECI and started an ECI on banning conversion practices, of which I was also one of the organizers at an early stage. Together with Pride Network Netherlands, a network of all the Dutch prides, we kind of took on the role to get the signatures in the Netherlands, because how the ECI works is you have to, within a time span of 1 year, you have to collect 1 million signatures in at least, and then you have a threshold per country, European country, and then at least in 7 countries you have to get this threshold of signatures. It started very grassroots, 0 budgets, just like I said, a citizen had this crazy idea and took it up. And it was really by people working together on this that eventually managed to get the 1 million signatures in 1 year. It was with a little bit of help of a famous Belgian artist who shared a campaign in the last week, and last minute we collected all the signatures. But before that, there was a whole process of organizations, NGOs, prides working together. The whole community came together to already collect as many signatures as possible. This was done through different networks, for example, in the Netherlands, due to Dutch Pride networks, but also through NGO networks of organizations. And I think it really showed a collective effort how we can all contribute to getting the signatures, or get something changed on a specific topic if we work together. And this also showed that Pride is not just a celebration, as many people see it on the streets perhaps, but it's also an infrastructure for social and political and even legal change in the long run. I would also reflect on what happened after the campaign, because like I said, we managed to eventually get the 1.2 million signatures within the year time frame. And the Commissioner of Equality needed to respond to, if you reach the signatures, they need to respond to it. We kind of knew that a European ban would be, let's say, impossible or very hard, because when there's a European ban, still countries need to adopt this on a national level, and that also, of course, will create some hurdles to really ban conversion practices in all of Europe. But it did create an important change. There was an official commitment to action by the Commissioner, and a recommendation was created. And this recognition at the European level is one of the milestones really that we reached, because it's really the first time in history that this bureaucratic institution perhaps sometimes took a stance on conversion practices and firmly stated that they are against it, because as we all know in the movement as well, there's no way to fix someone's identity or sexual orientation. It's under torture if you hear these stories and what people have to go through. So yeah, there's no European ban, unfortunately. But it moved communities, and not only on a European level, but also on a national level. And what's very interesting to see, well, here in Spain, I think is also a very good example. The existing policies were strengthened, and it is in the making of becoming a legal, I might say it incorrectly, but the legislation is going to be changed, so it's going to be a criminal offense. And therefore, people can be put in prison if they commit conversion practices to someone. I'm from the Netherlands myself, and also in the Netherlands we had a great thing, which is a good thing because our Prime Minister Rob Jetten supported the campaign and shared it while we had it run, so otherwise we would need to have a call on this. But finally, after years, the Senate adopted the legislation banning conversion practices, so now also in the Netherlands conversion practices are banned. And also here you clearly saw that although we reached the threshold in the Netherlands almost by 200%, and for a long time there's an initiative running in the Netherlands on banning conversion practices, and in over 5 years' time they eventually reached 7,500 signatures. Which is a massive effort as well. And this helped into getting this legislation possible. But at the same time, we had the ECI campaign having almost 40,000 signatures, which amplified the need of having conversion practices banned in the Netherlands. And also in the United Kingdom, there's now a draft for for revision to ban conversion practices as well, also after years of lobbying of the NGOs. So it really created this momentum, and of course we're not finished yet because conversion practices are not banned yet. But running such a campaign, it's more than collecting signatures. It unites communities, it moves governments, and it results in legal change. So it's a reminder for all of us that although things look bad, change is possible when we stand united.
Gracias, Patrick. Entonces.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So all of us here can look around. We could look for colleagues from other countries and exchange numbers to be able to launch the next initiative. I'm going to give the floor now to Alessandro, who will be talking about one of the next Pride events with the Human Rights Conference, so the Europride Torino 2027.
It's my first time that I present Europride 2027 alone, and my English is terrible. I prefer to speak Italian, but I think it's not a good idea for us. And I think there is a video, Joseph, that introduced the Europride 2027.
There are only two genders, male and female.
A mio avviso si può diventare omosessuali essendone condizionati socialmente.
The mother is a woman, the father is a man.
La ideología de género constituye lisa y llanamente abuso infantil. Son pedófilos.
L'obiettivo di oggi è dire che la lotta prosegue perché bisogna affrontare un altro tema che è quello della genitorialità.
Rise again.
Our politician who you saw in the video, the Italian politician, last week wanted to let us know that LGBT people have full rights in Italy because they can drive, and if they go to the hospital, we get treatment. So we don't need anything. This is a politician for ultra-right movement. Is the new politician, and maybe in the next election he have a very it's very close to Giorgia Meloni, and maybe is a next minister of something. And the LGBT people in Italy have no chance to have rights. And sorry, but I can read something. Today we look at the Italian people and the European people look at Spain, the land of gold or similar, but we know well that we must all be very careful because things can change quickly. Until last year, attacks on LGBTQIA plus people were generally average, but this year they have risen dramatically. The discriminatory activity and word of right-wing party and ultra-Catholic association are now our community's worst enemy. Even the social media attack against trans people and the rainbow family in Italy testify to a broad and coordinated strategy that worry us greatly. Only together can we fight the monsters that surround us and try to create a better society for all. Because a society that does not discriminate is a more just, richer, and more beautiful society. We must continue to implement intersectional policy by fighting every day to the genocide in Palestine, the horrific situation of Cuban citizens, and all those governments that use fear to control and rape their citizens. This is the reason because we candidate Torino after 11 years from the last Euro Pride in Italy, the unique Euro Pride in Italy in Rome in 2011, because the situation in Italy is dramatically worst. And we believe really that together it's possible to have a chance for win, because it's very, very fast, the situation, the horrible situation in Europe. The next year, in many countries in Europe, there is an election in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, in many, many countries. And the ultra-right is too strong in this moment. And the Euro Pride in Italy is not the Euro Pride in Torino, but the Euro Pride in Italy. And we hope that the Euro Pride in Italy is the Euro Pride for all Europe. And we wait all together in Italy the next year. And sorry for my English.
Thank you, Alessandro. As you know, Europe Pride has a long history. We have been hosts of it twice here in Madrid, but in Latin America, they didn't have anything like that. So I'm going to leave the floor to Andrea so that they tell us about what is happening in Guadalajara in 2027. Well, thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon. I would like to say that it is a real honor for me to be here in Madrid today. It is a city that reminds us that big movements are created when we stop walking on our own and we start building bridges between communities. I would like to start by thanking MADO for opening the doors to us and greeting us so warmly. And in particular, we want to thank Juan Carlos and especially for all the little things that you have done for us today. And what we want is to create alliances and to have experiences. I would like to introduce what the Pan American Pride is, Orgullo Panamericana. The POA makes it possible for us to have these international events. This was an inspiration for us to organize something like that in Latin America. Today we see this example of collaboration, and we see that this can go beyond the borders, and this is precisely what we are going to be tackling today. We want to build a permanent alliance between Latin America, the Caribbean, the United States, and Canada in order to strengthen organizations, to share experiences, and to give a united response against the challenges that we are facing. You might wonder why the United States and Canada. Well, the Latin community, the Hispanic community is very powerful there. It's very numerous there. So we want to have them join us. We are seeing that there is a worrisome setback in terms of human rights in many countries. In Latin America, we see this because misinformation is growing. We are seeing again that rights that we have gained and were consolidated are being challenged again. We see that we need to keep fighting hate even more than before. And we see that hate is going beyond borders. Strategies to limit rights are traveling from one country to the next in a very fast manner. Obviously, fascism is reaching many countries with governments such as that of Milei's in Argentina, or that one in the one in Colombia, or Fujimori in Peru. We're going through the same experience. If there is something that we see as network, international network that brings them support, and this is something that we need to build ourselves. This This is how the Orgullo Panamericano was born. The first edition will take place in June 2027, and it will be a great continental gathering. We will see parades, demonstrations, hundreds of sports activities, room for dialogue, and as a pinnacle, we will have a human rights forum at a Pan-American level in which we will work for an agenda for civil rights so that we have spaces for exchanging and dealing with the topics that are most interesting to us in Latin America. In the previous presentation, you asked about this space that we needed to have to do all these things, and the Orgullo Panamericano will be precisely that, a trampoline towards that, and we are being organized to create a festival because we know that we are a celebration, we are a party, it's part of our essence, but we're also the fight, we're also the rights, we're also a platform for international cooperation. We want organizations from around the continent get together, get to meet and organize projects together. We want a community facing threats, knowing that they are not alone, as with what happened in Guatemala. We're seeing people being put into prison, and they are not being given the opportunity of organizing themselves, of celebrating or being free. Solidarity cannot remain in words. It needs to be turned into actions. This project is also looking at Europe and other places around the world, because even though this is a Pan-American gathering, defense of human rights is a global task. We want to build bridges with the European organizations to learn from their experiences and also share what Europe has been building over decades of fight. Orgullo Panamericano wants to give visibility to Hispanic communities around the world to have a well-organized fight, and so that they can be able to fight alongside us, because we need to understand something. Equality does not understand of borders, and I would like to share with you today that most of this is coming out of our own resources, with people who are volunteering their time, their efforts to make this dream a reality. But to make this work, we need sponsors, sponsoring companies, and you know that we have been left aside. We need still, or even more than before, to find the support. So what I would like to tell you today is that supporting Orgullo Panamericano is not only investing in an event, it's also investing in a society where everyone can live in freedom and with equality. We want to create a continental network that is united against any attempt of setting us back, and this needs to be built with exchange, with dialogue and solidarity, having an international scope. And so I invite you all to join us as volunteers, as organizations, for sponsoring us, because Pride does not belong in one city or in one single organization. Although we will be holding this in Guadalajara, this will belong to everyone who believes that a united continent can fight for freedom better than a divided continent. So live Pride, live Mexico, and let's meet in Guadalajara in 2027. Thank you again.
Gracias, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. And I will now leave the floor to our colleagues from Barcelona, Maria Geralt and Antonio Ibáñez.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Gracias a Madrid Summit.
Thank you, Madrid Summit, for having us. And also thank you to all of you for having stayed up until this time. You really deserve a round of applause yourselves. We'll be brief. We're going to be introducing our candidacy for World Pride 2030 in Barcelona. Since we are the last to speak, you will have heard the same thing over and over again throughout the day, but it doesn't matter. In the past few years, we have seen this reality, global wave of setbacks, of hate speeches in online and offline, and many decisions that are attacking the dignity of the LGBTQAI plus community. It is an ultra-conservative way using fear as a political tool against feminism, migration, and that benefits from a society that is ever more polarized. From Barcelona and also from Madrid, we are not only resisting this, we are going beyond this. We believe that it is necessary to get together, to organize ourselves at an international level, and to provide a response to this. We think that World Pride 2030 Barcelona is not meant to be a mere celebration, but rather as a resistance action that is collective, that will give room for raising our voices, entertain new alliances, and remember the world that human rights are non-negotiable. I was a few years back in this demonstration, and I cannot stop reminding everyone that the civil society in Catalonia was by our side, and we need it again. And this is the key. This is where we see that the 85% not present here the 85% of the people who matter are not here. We end up talking among ourselves, and we need to go beyond our own groups, our own community. Even if we have spent over 50 years in the struggle and we have made more progress than many may think, we see that the community is somewhat disappointed out of the fear of losing rights. But if we really incorporate this fear at an individual level and at a collective level, and we believe that what they tell us is true, we are starting to lose. We are at a at a very important milestone in history, something that we had never seen before. And this is why we need to re-establish the way that we fight. And this is why we are presenting our candidacy for 2030 World Pride Barcelona with the following slogan: let's think, to provide a collective answer and to change the world, not for the benefit of the LGBTQAI plus community, but for the whole of society. And also we believe that to do this, the best platform would be Barcelona World Pride 2030. And with now I will leave the floor to my colleague, Andoni Ibáñez. Well, good afternoon. My name is Andoni, and as Maria was saying, the first proposal for our candidacy is, I will tell you the most boring part of this, but I will try to sum this up, some other pillars that we want to defend and present in our candidacy. This candidacy will be submitted in the Interpride Congress, where we will reunite all the prides from around the world, and we will know if this is possible starting in November. So we have three pillars. First of all, throughout this time for 2 years, we have had the privilege of traveling around the world, and we have met many people fighting for the community and for human rights, and we have something that they had in common. They needed this safe space in order to think, to connect, and to learn how other people are fighting for their rights and what strategies they're using. From that starting point, we thought that the best solution for that would be to place Barcelona as the platform that would enable this to happen. As Josep mentioned before, Spain is the first one in the rainbow map. Barcelona does not need to host this pride to demonstrate what we have achieved, but rather we want to provide this platform, and for people who are forbidden and banned in their countries can become protagonists and can come to Barcelona to raise their voices and to protest for everything that they cannot protest against in their countries. So our proposal would be that one, a World Pride for the whole world. And we do not want to stay at that. We see sometimes that in events such as Euro Pride or the Orgullo Panamericano, it is important to focus also on the regionality of the regional character of the event. But here we want to go beyond that. We want to organize a human rights conference that has a transsectional, cross-cutting perspective. We believe that extreme right and the hate agenda that we are seeing nowadays is very well organized and is hitting us hard, not only us here, but around the world. And we think that this is the key, and that we need to provide a united response. And we believe that it is important to have all these voices represented. This is why we want to create the global LGBTQIA+ committee, which would be including representatives from around the world to build the event with hands, not only to create it from Barcelona itself. I was going to say that I was not going to take too much time, but I think I'm going beyond what I expected in terms of time. Secondly, we would talk about the response, the answer, how to face this. How do we provide this response? The most important thing during World Pride is the Human Rights Conference that will be organized during World Pride. It is 4 days that we have constituted at a regional level, so that we could be equitable and provide all regions with their time to speak up. And also we want to create a sort of manifesto, what we have called the international principles on LGBTQIA+ fundamental rights. We want to have not only Interpride as the leader of all this, but also other organizations such as Amnesty International or the ILGA and other stakeholders, so that they can come together and establish a common manifesto, so that the Human Rights Conference has a true global impact. Finally, we will deal with change. It would be the last and also the first thing, the conclusion of everything that we are presenting for our candidacy. For change, we have suggested something that we have been working on for 2 years, the Shape Tomorrow report. This is a report that we have been working on throughout these 2 years with all the people that we have contacted. Here we have identified the needs, the strategy, the resources that we might have in order to enable this change. This report that has allowed us to organize this proposal, because it's based on all these conversations, will also be a part of this World Pride event. And to make this a reality, we suggest the creation of the team together. They're already working, and they will be working even more intently during the celebration of this event in order to create an international cooperation platform, so that what we achieve during the World Pride in 2030 will go beyond the days of the conference. And after that, we would like to turn Barcelona. It's already been that, it is now, and we will expect this to be so in the future, to turn Barcelona even more into a shelter city, ciudad refugi, so that people needing asylum can come to us, and so that we can provide them with the asylum and the necessary accompaniment. And that would be all from us. Thank you so much. From the summit, can we send our CVs for the International Committee after November? Well, thank you so much to all our colleagues, and thank you also to our audience for being here with us, to the European Parliament and the Commission, and thank you also to the interpreters who have been working here with us all day. And to the technical team who have been working yesterday and all day today. the technicians, right? That's what I meant at any rate. And it's been said before, thank you so much for bearing with us. And with this, we are wrapping up the 8th edition of the Madrid Summit. Thank you so much.